Happy Tuesday. I bought a cowboy shirt. I'm a cowboy. I'm going to Nashville. Now I'm a cowboy. I hope I run into Ben Shapiro. I would spit on his little cowboy boots. Do you know I saw Ben Shapiro has cowboy boots? Because, you know, he was like, oh, well, I'm going to Nashville, so I have to fit in, so I'm going to get a cowboy hat and some boots. And I saw a picture of the boots. I just zoom in on the boots. He actually had spurs. You know the little star at the end of the spur? It was a Star of David. Oi! Boys. Oh, I like your boys. I could imagine him at a rodeo doing one of those lasso competitions. But it's not a little cow or a little sheep or a horse. It's just a bucket of gold. And he doesn't even ride a horse or a bull or anything to chase it down. You know what I mean? He rides what's his name? James Lindsay. By the way, we won the internet yesterday. I don't know if you saw that. I think it might be up around 100,000. Thank you for all your help. I merely just made a pretty clean green screen for James Lindsay. James Lindsay, I don't know if you saw, he posted it. He posted it himself. Now, he laughed not because it was a funny meme. He laughed probably because I included a 6 million joke. Spur of David. Nice, dude. Spur of David. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho, happy Tuesday, everyone. Tomorrow, I have a debate on modern day debate. Also, given the time, if the time allows, I might have to change my flight. I'm not sure how it works, but I might be included in the hot seat, the sort of Jubilee kind of format that they do. What do you guys think? What topic should I present? You know, it's like surrounded. It's like I'm at the defensive, though, so like I have to choose wisely. What do you guys think it should be? Should I do like evolution is gay? Or what do you think? I have to think about it. Evolution would be fun. But the thing is, I'm surrounded, so I deny evolution. Evolution denier? That would be good. That actually sets me up for an even better showing because it makes me look stupid right off the bat, which is actually good. So if it's like, one evolution denier surrounded by... That's like clickbait. That's sick. That's sick bait. Maybe I'll do that. I'll send it over to James. Evolution denier would be good. Rights don't exist. That would be good. I'll put that in too, actually. Rights don't exist, or I'm an evolution denier. Those are I think those two is just fine. I'll try to go with those. Thank you for your deliberation. I really appreciate it. I don't have much planned for today. I'm going to be debating a feminist tomorrow, and we could review some. Andrew debated her, and honestly, feminism doesn't have much to stand on, but it'd be kind of good to go through it with y'all and pick like which angles I should stick to, you know, which I shouldn't. Should I take it easy? Should I relax? I can't drink any beer. Meg Bob and I are on like a gym and eating healthy tear for 3 weeks. So, I mean, there is types of alcohol you can drink that's not fattening, right? So should I just slam tequila?
Morning, JB. Watching that lady yell at that priest yesterday made me so mad. I think I finally understand Tony's rage.
I know, dude.
I just get so mad.
I totally get it.
I just get so mad.
I totally get it. We all get it. We all understand Tony's rage. But, you know, in the end, the good thing that I got from it was the priest's calmness. Like, he didn't rage out. He probably, I don't know, he probably threw his phone after. Do you guys ever think that happens where you demonstrate such calm and control, and then like he went into like a public restroom and like wrecked it? Drink straight vodka. That'd be funny. What am I eating? Not much. I had a protein shake. I'll probably eat pieces of steak. You know, I usually don't eat breakfast though. Anyone else? I'm disgusted by breakfast. Like, if I wake up and I have my coffee and I look over and someone's like putting food on a plate, I'm like, what are you doing? Like, how are you engaging with that level of senses at this point? Like, it's too many senses. It's like eggs. What is this? Eggs? So, like steamy egg smell and sauces. It's like it's 8:30. I don't understand. How do you wake up and then you're like, oh, a bucket of eggs, sauces and eggs and noises and grease splattering everywhere? What? It's 8 o'clock. It's 8 o'clock. Get your life together. Thank you, Mr. Fist. 5 gifted memberships. Maybe I should have done the 5 super chats to start the stream today. No, he has peace we don't have access to. That's true. I definitely don't have access to it. Hello, listener. I'm so far from where that guy is. Like, it's not even just getting mad, guys. It's actively thinking of how to punish. It's not even like, oh, I'm upset, you're upsetting me. It's like, can we do things? That's where I go. Now, I don't know if this is good news or not, but someone actually mentioned, like, does she debate? And she was like, yeah, but I honestly think I don't even want to hear or see her face or hear her voice. Honestly. I can't even imagine it. Moderating her? Oh. No. Will you still be going on? Yeah, I'll be going on. And it, by the way, The Hunt, I stream it on my channel, so like it's just a debate on my channel and she's moderating, and you know, I committed to that debate beforehand, before all the blow up. So I don't really like, you know, make my professional maneuvers based on what's going on with other people. I mean, that's kind of between them. I just want to wreck a Mormon. You know what I mean? That's what I'm there for. I'm going to wreck a Mormon. And then, as you all know, I'm going to move over into co-producing, I should say, with Mr. Tony, hello listener, an epic debate night that I do on my channel. Because why not? I'm probably the best moderator that never moderated before, if you think about it. I am. And I'm dead serious. I'm probably the best moderator that never did it before. So, you guys will celebrate. Oh, speaking of celebration.
That is a big super chat.
I'm going to show the world. Thank you so much, Vagine, for sending us 7 months of your income. I'm going to show the world what good moderation and performance is. I'm going to show the world what good, entertaining, hilarious debate is. Did you see that your favorite theater boy was on Ruslan? I saw that. I was thinking about reviewing that. I do want a little prep, you know. We'll see how far we get through this debate review with the female I'm literally debating Vagine, you guys. I'm debating Vagine, so you guys are in for a treat. I hope when we debate. By the way, when I debate tomorrow, I'm gonna be co-streaming it right on my channel. Tomorrow, I want to see mostly Vagine saying stuff. What the challenge is, because they can't hear my channel, but I can. The challenge is I keep debating. You guys try to make me laugh with Vagine chats. How's that? I saw this. This was a really good, by the way, shout out to Free Thinker Silver. I really enjoyed this review you did. I really appreciate it too, because you really captured at least my experience of this debate with Ed Dutton. I think you did a great job. This is it right here, you guys. This yellow one. I put it in my community. I recommend watching this. This guy does a really great job. Shout out to Free Thinker Show. He does an excellent review of this debate. Really good. And he attracted a bunch of spurgs too in the chat. These Evo spurgs. Evolution, they're like absurd. Like their mental faculties are broken. Like Mormons. Anyway, because I'm debating tomorrow this Vagine head, we might as well take a little bit of a look here, okay? And you know, you guys let me know when you can't bear it anymore, okay? Because I'll probably hit that point before you do. Let's be honest. I watched it last night. The comments are amazing. It's insane, isn't it, dude? It's insane. They're like, Ed Dutton's right. The liver evolved over billions of years. You're like, that's the thing we're asking. We're asking how that happened. Are you going to tell us or no?
I'm not dead yet.
Belong through there.
Let's hear her opening.
In Canada.
She's Canadian. What a surprise.
Hand grenades. You know it's time to play. Explosions.
Team Ed. Team Ed. That's funny.
Going out in style.
Hey everybody, tonight we're debating women's rights, and we are starting right now with Malich's opening statement. Thanks so much for being with us. The floor is all yours.
Let's get right into it.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mahlich. I'm going to start giving a little introduction about myself.
Yeah, go ahead.
I was born in Pakistan. I live in Canada, Ontario now for about 27 years.
Yeah.
So I have been a big advocate for women's empowerment and stuff because
Go on.
I actually represented Pakistan. I did Miss Pakistan and Miss Pakistan World, and I traveled around and stuff. So today
Go
I'm
on.
bringing my arguments that
That's great.
I find that Andrew wants a society, create a society that is progressive,
that's
patriarchal,
amazing.
and against basically human values, depending on where you draw those values from. My argument is also that he wants to create a religious society, which is also against, in my views, conflicts with human rights. Now, I think feminism is good because it gives women freedom to live their lives on their own terms.
Yeah, what does it look like when you leave women to live their lives on their own terms there, Vagine? What does it look like, Vagine? Huh? What is that looking like today? What's it looking like?
To me, is feminism is, I would say, more of like an equity, kind of equality.
What? No one cares.
So I just want to start with bringing some stuff like, what was women's rights.
What did I sign up for?
It's like before the first wave of feminism started, right? So before the first wave of feminism, which began in the mid-19th century, women's rights varied widely depending on the time period, places that they lived. They were limited in property ownership. Married women typically had no independent property rights under the legal doctrine. A woman's legal identity was by her husband upon marriage. Any property she bought into the marriage became his, and she couldn't own managed property independently. So also there was no control over their earnings, especially women that were married ones had no legal rights to their own wages or income. If they worked, their earnings often legally belonged to their husbands.
Her voice makes me understand why Islam hates women.
Or whoever was like their male guardian. Inheritance restrictions. While unmarried women, spinsters or widows might inherit some property, their
grievances.
rights were often
give me stuff. I want it now. I want it now, Daddy.
curtailed compared to male heirs. In many cases, property passed to male relatives rather than daughters or wives. They had no political rights, no voting rights. Women were almost universally excluded from voting, holding public office. Political participation was seen as a male domain, and women were considered unfit for such responsibilities. They had no legal voice. They couldn't serve on juries, testify in courts in many instances, or participate in the creation of law enforcement.
Perfect.
Education was restricted.
Give me stuff, protect me. Yeah. Give me stuff and protect it for me.
Limited access to formal education. Universities were only, restricted for men. Employment, there was employment barriers. Marriage and family, subordination in marriage.
She has a perfect triangle head.
Wives were legally and socially subordinated to their husbands. They had little to no say in family decisions, and obedience was
and they liked it. It was better for them. They're like, oh, thank God I don't have to deal with this.
expected. Divorce was rare. Custody rights. In the rare case of separation of divorced women typically lost custody of their children, as fathers were seen as legal guardians. There was no reproductive rights.
Oh, gosh, the sound. I feel like I'm at the DMV waiting to renew my license.
Social and cultural status. There was restriction on public role. And you know what? Like, I can go on and on and on. But
yeah, I bet you can. I'm in for a real treat tomorrow.
But what I'm trying to say here, and now if we compare to like going from there to now, it's been like, what, over 100 years? Women are doing a lot better. And my argument is women are statistically outperforming men in the 21st century. Women are now account for 50.7% of college-educated degrees.
Including gay snake acrobats. Horse dance. Did you guys see that clip of the degrees that women are getting? Oh, I got a degree. Oh, dude, it's horrifying. They might as well say I got a degree in being in debt.
Jimmy Booby, I love Pakistan so much that I immigrated to Canada.
I know. I know, Vagine.
Single women own more property. So I'm just trying to make an argument here that, you know, whether you call it feminism or whether you call it women's rights, it has done better for us women. So I don't know why men have a problem with it. Thank you.
Wow, epic opener. Fire. Fire. Oh, fire. She's just listing things that women were not allowed to do as if those things were wrong. Yeah, that's right.
She sounds completely normal, Jim Bob. What are you talking about?
I know. Normal today is insane. Normal today is insane. I get it. It's an is-ought debate. It is. It is an is-ought debate. By the way, once you go to duties, it's over for these people.
Thank you very much for that.
You know, because my go-to argument is basically if women ought to have all of these things, right, which she's just listing as if that's a better thing for women to have. By the way, it's even a claim, why is it even better for men to have these things? That sometimes they think it's like this man versus woman thing, but they meet people like Andrew and me, and we bite the bullet and we're like, no, maybe all men shouldn't vote too or own property. What's the problem? You know, if that's the case, if you were to give them all of these things, the question is, why ought men defend them? You know, it's already uneven. They get a bunch of stuff, and then they don't rely on themselves. They rely on a bunch of other people who are men to defend them.
That opening statement. We're going to kick it over to Andrew for his opening as well. In the meantime, I want to let you know, folks, if it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, I'm your host, Dr. James Coons. We are a fully neutral platform hosting debates on science, religion, and politics. We hope you feel welcome no matter what walk of life you are from. And don't forget to hit that subscribe button as we have many more debates coming up, including at DebateCon 6 this fall, which will feature, of course, Andrew Wilson in a juicy debate. But we will kick it over to Andrew for his opening statement. Thanks.
Juicy. What did you mean when you said juicy, James?
Very much. The floor is all
Yeah,
yours.
I do appreciate everybody coming out this fine evening to witness this debate. I appreciate my opponent coming out for this as well. I'm glad that we can finally have debates like this. They've been needed for a long time. In this debate, I would like to fully flesh out my position, but I won't be able to because of time constraints. I've been called many things by Western feminists, a chauvinist, misogynist, woman hater. Even my opponent alluded to that in her opening. This debate actually gives me an opportunity for my followers to utilize this to point in the future when such insane...
You don't know duty?
You don't know duty.
Fair enough.
I know duty. Stay in your lane.
Fair enough, Vagine.
Claims are made about me so people can see firsthand my views on rights and women's rights, specifically in women's liberation. I ask everybody to listen closely for a couple of hours and put away your preconceived notions of things like freedom, autonomy, and instead use your brain for reason and logical thinking outside of just slogans. To start with, I'm going to give some descriptive truths about the world that aren't very fun to think about and don't align with the empathy-first mantra of modern feminists and so-called women's rights advocates. The way the world actually runs, when you reduce government function, nation states, tribes, even down to the family level, is that we are a bunch of large, warring tribes who fight endlessly over resources. It is a never-ending fight, and it will never end. Sometimes we cooperate for the resources we want.
Does her cup say haram?
And gang up on tribes smaller than us, and sometimes we cooperate with smaller tribes to gang up on bigger ones. Fundamentally, this is what we are doing, though. Make no mistake about that. That is the world. In order to survive 4,000 years ago or 4 days ago, this truth was exactly the same. We find ourselves in an accepted people group and demographic and work cooperatively to defend and take resources. We find endless justifications for this, but in the end, after every emotional appeal is made and every justification exhausted, that is the world. When we discuss rights or women's liberation or even men's liberation or men's rights, it's important we understand contextually the way the world works to come up with good conclusions for how society should or even needs to be run. Every perceived right comes with great cost, which is why we should give rights out sparingly. They have no tangible existence, but are only concepts. and we should be very sparing with them. With the right to free speech, for instance, comes subversion as a side effect. The right to own a gun, there's going to be mass homicide shootings. No two ways about it. With the right to remain silent, the ability is there to literally get away with murder when coercive measures would have garnered a better outcome. However, these things will necessarily come with rights. To have them is to give people a concept to exploit malicious compliance, you could say. They can be
She's not understanding anything he's saying.
Used as quickly against people whose job it is to secure them as they can to liberate people from those who want to take them away. It's a double-edged sword. A nation needs to be healthy,
exactly,
not just economic prosperity, but spiritual and cultural health as well. An idea of belonging to something greater than you, and an idea of tying together bloodlines with strangers through shared interest in the preservation of joint values you care about and would be willing to fight on behalf of that nation and people and die for that nation if need be to preserve that shared interest and bond you have with your countrymen. You do this because you believe that the very things you fought and died for will live on through your self-sacrifice of service to your nation and country. Women's liberation has turned the idea of such societies upside down.
Just
The
kidding.
values and structures which most Americans were willing to die on behalf of are completely gone. They've been totally eradicated. Society itself is totally inverted. Since first-wave feminism and the push towards sexual revolution, then later the sexual revolution of the 60s, patriarchal systems have been summarily dismantled by women's liberation advocates, and Western society has pretty much been destroyed by the female vote. If we are to look at the anti-suffrage arguments, they read more like a series of prophecies than they do arguments. Let's go over them. One, anti-suffragists argued that voting and participation in government should be seen as a duty and not as a privilege. As we have seen women's participation in the processes of civil rights, almost everything is now seen as a privilege instead of a duty. Entire institutions are devoted to brainwashing the masses into the very idea.
She's tired. She's been spending all morning hacking away at her eyebrows. That's hilarious.
That with the great duty of civil service and political enfranchisement, those enfranchised are privileged over those who are not, instead of the entire process being viewed as a serious duty, which should be taken seriously. Two, they argued women didn't need to assume this duty as it wouldn't address any problems which they actually faced. This also turned out to be completely correct. Feminism did not fulfill its promise and cannot fulfill its promise, and neither can.
Can't. I mean, unless its promise was like make you feel kind of good, like maybe give you the illusion that like we're all equal. That's not even true for men. A bunch of men getting the same rights or privileges still doesn't make them equal. Cool Barracuda, $5, was debating an atheist. Tag really made this goober say, reality is reality. Every time, dude. Reality is reality. Every single time. This lady complains about Pakistan, but wants to turn the West into Pakistan, seriously.
In women's liberation, because they necessarily always have to appeal to the enforcement class, which is men. The anti-suffragettes pointed this out. Quote, the basis of government, they said, is physical force. It isn't law, but law enforcement, which protects society, and women cannot enforce laws even if they make them. That is still true to this day. This is an extremely pivotal argument from the anti-suffragettes because it creates a class system where women can make laws that then women themselves have no expectation to enforce. They can vote for wars that they themselves don't have to go fight. To create workplace.
She's like, why would women need to enforce them? That's what men are for. I'm going to take a leverage approach on this. I'm going to say, because she admits in this debate, one more, Virgine's talking now. She can't handle herself. She has to.
At Plank Sand Pieces enjoyed dunking on the Mormons with you on X yesterday. Cognitive dissonance at its finest.
Yes.
Lord have mercy on them.
It's bad, dude. The ex-Mormon zeitgeist is horrifying. The LDS is horrifying. You're like, how do you know that? And they're like, what? I've never been asked that. Holy crap, look at the side view of her nose. Yeah, I saw
standards for women, which men will have to enforce on their behalf. They can create standards for society that they themselves have no mechanism, absent men, to actually do anything about. 3, that women would lose their moral position in society if seen as a voting bloc to be appealed to. That's exactly what happened. Women, before the idea of women's rights, had moral NGO, non-government organizations. Lobbying groups, highly effective in passing legislation on behalf of women's issues. One such was the 18th Amendment, which, as you might know, was passed before the 19th Amendment, which gave the women the right to vote. The 18th Amendment, as you might know, was the outlaw of alcohol in the United States. That was passed primarily by women's advocacy groups.
Figures.
4, the anti-suffragettes argued that, quote, women can own property and cannot become impoverished by debt. Indeed, the laws used for the state that the husband...
You know how horrifying it is to protect women from getting into debt? You know how misogynistic it is to make it so women can't get into debt?
And had to provide for their wives via the power of the law itself and their families. Meaning, yeah, maybe women didn't have property, even though they did. Even under coverture laws, there was pre-assessed agreements where they had property negotiated by their fathers on their behalf. They also couldn't incur debt, though. No debt. And men had a financial obligation to support their family or they went to jail. They have no such laws on the books now. You can just abandon your family. You don't go to jail. 5, anti-suffragettes argued that with this increased burden put on women, that this would erode the family unit. They argued it would divide household against themselves. Married people divided over politics, and families divided men and women over political concerns. That it would divide the nation itself eventually, as women would want to rule through empathy, and that is exactly what has occurred. Whole families divided by politics.
She's having feelings right now.
Households divided by politics instead of a single household vote. Now there's 2 people who could be pitted against each other in the home. Women have been the key decisive vote for all leftist power institutions in the United States.
So they took away their right to debt? No, the opposite. They gave them the right to be in debt. They couldn't hold credit because they couldn't be the guarantors of it.
Social decay caused by things like the destruction of the family unit and the rise of propaganda towards alternative family values has caused the West to literally implode. Birth rates aren't sustainable anywhere in the West, nowhere. They are in consistent free fall and will continue to be. In its stead, women vote for things which cause further national disaster. LGBTQ marriage, trans issues, children transitioning, abortion, removal of conscription so they don't have to be conscripted for the sake of equality, mass migration policies. Women are the deciding vote on all of these things. Not only that, but the very idea of duties for women to the family, having a family, or moving society towards the propagation of family are soundly resisted at the women's institutional level. Huge welfare states, nanny states, they voted in Western countries, they vote in hate speech laws. They vote in tone policing laws.
Totally. It turns the society into a daycare center.
They vote for prostitution. They vote for smut. They vote for OnlyFans to be legal. They're the deciding vote on all of these issues. If it were the case that women didn't participate in the political system and instead were revered and protected as young women and respected as older matrons, how would that system be worse? What things are they losing? They would still have rights. They would still have female privilege. They did before there was a vote. Before they had the vote, they had rights. And we would still have a strong nation, which wasn't totally subverted by the feminine call for empathy on all issues. My opponent, hilariously enough, is a demonizer of Islam. I can respect that because they do worship a demon. But her ideas for women's liberation come from her view of a demonic religion. Once the West would be, this, by the way, is a religion the West would be quick to dispel if women weren't at the forefront demanding hordes of Islamic immigrants be allowed into various Western nations in order to appease some stupid-ass idea of fairness and equality. This is battleground Earth. Islam has stated the womb is their weapon. They see the declining Western birth rates and rub their hands in glee. In 100 years, they may be in a position to put every Christian and Jew to the sword, and they probably will. Meanwhile, we worry about tone policing, abortions, and how to pay for women's outsource to care, or pay for women to outsource the care of their own children to strangers while they go to work. It's the most backwards, stupid fucking system I've ever heard of. It's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. With that, I'm happy to get into this. I can't put most everything in an opening, but this is a reasoned position. It's a viable position, and I'm tired of people pretending that it isn't. It's not a regressive society, as she says. Her progressive society has led to nothing but degeneracy and a deciding vote on the most horrible things you can think of. These women can vote right this second to send you at 18 years old to stab another man in the face with a bayonet, and they never have to be conscripted to go do the same thing. She says, "Oh, well, what about property and the women not?"
She's all, "What did I get into? What did I get into?"
Being able to own property. Well, for one thing, most people didn't own property in early American history or in early history of any nation. But by the early 1800s, you can look it up yourself. By 1839, they could own property. It's ridiculous. We'd only been a constitutional republic for a few years. She's upset about these issues, but look how bad society looks under this. It's pretty awful. Wives were expected to be obedient. Oh my God, I can't. They were. Oh, wow. That's crazy.
You come up to the 10-minute mark.
I'm right there. I'm right at the end. Would you just humor me with 30 more seconds? I'm right at the end of this.
Molly,
okay?
Good.
You good for 30 seconds? I'm almost done. Okay, same thing when she says, well, men got the custody of their children. Well, look at modern stats. Men.
Why is she smiling? She's nervously smiling.
do way better when they're the primary custodian of the child. Almost every metric, children do better when they have a single father rather than a single mother. It's almost like they knew what they were doing.
There's a cow in my kitchen. Sorry.
She says women are out.
I hope I don't have these outbursts tomorrow night. There's a cow in my kitchen.
Performing men. They're not outperforming men. Yeah, they get more college degrees. That's true. But they get them in STEM. They've been regressing from STEM. It's been stagnated for the last 10 years. And in many nations, it's regressing the opposite way. They get it in healthcare, nursing, and psychology.
Run through that last 30 seconds.
I'm good.
We will kick it into the open dialogue. Folks, want to let
I spread cow piss before dinner tonight.
you know, if you happen to have a question, you can submit it two ways, either via the live chat if you tag me with @ModernDayDebate, or if you use a super chat, that will push your question to the top of the list for the Q&A section at the end. But for now, we're going to jump into the open dialogue. Thank you very much. We are ready for you, Malish and Andrew.
So, there was a lot of things up here, but I'm going to start by saying that
there's a cow in my kitchen.
So his whole argument was like, oh my God, this woman opened up by calling me these names. And here he is because I'm a women's rights activist. I didn't even call myself feminism because calling yourself feminist.
You did call yourself a feminist.
So taboo now.
You did call yourself a feminist.
No. I've always called myself a women's rights activist. Okay. Secondly,
you said, I believe in feminism. That was your quote. You literally said, I believe in feminism.
That the women's rights activism came kind of from feminism, but it's just, there are certain things I wouldn't agree with. The new wave, or you can call it, but whatever. Anyhow, what I'm trying to say, the system that you want to bring here, I've already lived it, right?
No, you haven't. What are you talking about? What are you even talking about? We don't want to bring a cow in the kitchen. We don't want to bring a cow in the kitchen.
So I already lived it.
Oh, great. What system? Wait. I'm sorry. Stop. What system am I advocating that you've lived? Am I advocating that women be in burqas? Am I advocating that women have to go to church 3 times a day?
You want them to stay at home, submit to their husband. What does Islam say?
Oh my God, that's terrible.
Oh no,
that's terrible. Is your criticism of Islam that women have to respect their men?
Tell me, what does submit means? What does submit means?
Submission. It means that it means basically obedience to your husband.
Okay.
There's a goat in my kitchen.
Why?
Why what?
Who do you have to obey? Like, I can understand disciplining my child because it's like, it's a child.
You have to obey your child.
Why do I have to obey a man?
You can't find BobChat? Bobchats.com. Bobchats.com. It'll take you right there. Foster Paints, thank you so much. Bobchats.com. I hope you send a message about a cow or a goat.
Just because he's a man. Like, I'm a grown adult.
You don't have to get married. Yeah, you don't have to get married. And here's the thing. If you don't want to obey a man, don't get married. That's fine. Who's telling you to get married? Nobody's telling you to get married.
But who said we want to get married? Like, you guys are the ones that think that we want to get married.
That's because every poll we have shows that women, especially in their 30s and 40s, really want to get married.
Who?
Who what? You look it up on Pew Research right now. What do you mean?
Pakistan, there was a study that was done that there's so many women. I think there's about like 35 to 45% of women that are over the age of 35 that are not married. Even in a regressive Islamic society, women are saying, no, we don't want to get married and submit to a husband with no divorce and tie up to the kids.
Nobody said, okay, do you understand? Do you understand that when you say that I'm taking some Islamic position on society, that you're strawmanning my position? Stop. That you're strawmanning my position on society. That's not what I said. And I knew that you would do the whole, he wants to be like the Taliban. It's like, it's such a straw man bullshit argument. I just gave you good empirical evidence and data showing how women and them having the right to vote has led to societal decadence and desiccation and corrosion. And I'll give you, okay, let me ask you right now.
Blaming women for everything. Mm-hmm. Oh, the transgender. Oh, this problem, that problem. Are there men in the politics? What about the men?
I'm sorry. Which gender overwhelmingly votes for it? Which gender overwhelmingly votes Democrat, man or woman?
I don't care, men or women. Isn't there?
Yeah. Can you answer my question, please? Can you answer my question, please? Can you answer my question, please?
Even if it is women, what about the men?
What about them? What about the men, though?
And I will tell you why.
Okay.
I will tell you why more women are going to vote for conservative. Because your religion is a part of the whole conservative thing. And religion doesn't matter your religion, doesn't matter Islam, doesn't matter any freaking...
I have a feeling I'm going to do that.
Religion, especially the Abrahamic religions, give...
It's like women don't even want to hear this voice.
No rights to women.
It's like up here. It's like. Now, someone said that Jake also debated her, right? Or maybe we'll sneak off. Obviously, none of us can tolerate this whole thing, but I just want to do some diligence before the debate tomorrow.
That's why we don't have religion and state. Till we had religion in the state, women had no right. That's why Pakistan has no right, because they cannot separate religion and state.
Yeah?
This is exactly, I've lived
I'm going to get her on that point, too. I'm going to get her on that point.
to what you want to
No,
go
you
back.
haven't lived what I want to go back to. Listen, the early United States was nothing like modern Pakistan. You're lying through your teeth.
All right, we do have.
Would you
to,
stop? Yeah, would you stop shrilly spurging femoid and just
Yeah, shriller.
listen for 2 seconds?
Andrew.
It's like Michael Jackson's Shriller.
Hold on, I do have to just restore a little bit of order, and we'll break it into 30. I think 30 seconds.
Sorry, you are going to have to listen to this creature speak.
I'm not gonna listen that much. I'm just gonna kind of observe and I'm gonna ask really basic. I'm gonna try a different route than I've ever done. And I don't even know what it is, but I'm feeling very like calm. You know what I mean? I'm feeling like, just kind of look at her, like ask her really basic questions. Let her say all the things. Just let her say a bunch of stuff.
I love how the grass tickles my bottom when I use the restroom.
You mean someone else's grass? You mean the grass outside in the playground while the kids are at recess? You mean that, Vagine? I bet you do.
Seconds or so.
She thinks the separation of church and state, yeah. She thinks there's a separation. She doesn't even know what the, why, descriptively what that is.
Jim Bob Ross. Women should submit to a good man. She is a demonstration of this. She's a divorced single mom because she has bad choices in men.
Yeah.
Should submit to a better man rather than run away from all of them.
She's doing it, girl, though. She's winning, girl. She doing eat, pray, love.
So,
eat, poop, love.
30 seconds back and forth for each of you to make your points or ask your questions. Malich, the floor is yours for 30 seconds. I've got the timer set.
Okay, my whole point is that whatever you're saying, and you want to go back to women.
Thank you so much for the super chat.
Being at home, women being the duty, submitting, all this, women not having any right to.
Maybe I'll make a new Vagine art for tomorrow. You know what I mean? Maybe, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to draw her. Is that wrong? If I make her my Vagine alert, is that wrong? Am I bad? Am I a bad guy if I make her the alert where it's like obviously her?
Property, no right to anything. We have countries like this. And I know how women feel up there. You know, my whole point is it doesn't matter what religion you're coming from, and you're a conservative, and you bring God and everything into it, automatically my rights are taken right away. You can't you can't compare gun rights to me. I'm a human being. Before I'm a woman, you men have to understand that I'm a human being. If you're allowed to vote, why am I not allowed to vote? Just why?
My, see, I'm ruthless. I'm like, what do? They bury them halfway in the ground. Is that the process? I'm like, no wonder, dude. No wonder a Muslim would whip out a cane and whip this woman. Oh, can you imagine waking up to this? Oh my goodness. Even as a woman, all my women in the chat, can you imagine being like this? Can you imagine? This was it? This was your thing? Oh. I just can't. I can't fathom it. Forget the man listening to it, the husband, if that was the case. But even you're listening yourself. Like, if that's the energy going on in your head, like, oh my gosh. Lord have mercy.
Because you have a privilege, because you're born with certain genitalia. Thank you.
That was 30 seconds. We'll kick it over to Andrew.
Okay, so again, early.
Seriously, it's like a Pakistani Hillary Clinton.
America.
It's like a Indian Shillery. Federico Condotta. $5.99. Good day, sir. Thank you. Good day to you. As a side quest tomorrow, please say "Holy cow." I will. I'll say "Holy cow" as an answer. I will definitely do that for you. Okay. I will definitely do that. I'll do it in the tiniest bit of an accent. I don't want to overdo it, but I want it in there. Holy cow. Holy
It
cow.
didn't look anything like modern Islamic Pakistan. You liar. You're lying through your teeth. Look nothing like it. That's one. Women weren't required to have burqas. They weren't required to go drag their feet at church 3 times a day. They weren't required to be accompanied by a man when they walk down the road. That is completely false. All of that is false. That's one. The second thing is, when you dive into this, all we have to do is look at the outcomes. They've been pretty terrible. You say, why is it that men should have the right to vote and not women? First of all, rights are fictitious. They don't exist absent your mind. The only rights you have are the ones men give you anyway. You know how I know that? Because I can point at your country of Pakistan, and if they say you ain't got no rights, lady, you can't do shit.
Andrew, L is in the chat. Andrew should have done an accent there. He should have said, look at your country of Pakistan. If they were all, you do not have any rights here, I need more.
About it. Can you do anything
seconds.
about it?
We do have
Can
to kick it over
Pakistani
to
women do
Malik.
shit about it except
We do
appeal
have
to
to kick
other
it over.
men
We have to
to
keep
go?
it fair. We gave
Can I
30
ask the
seconds to
question,
Malik.
James? I got to ask the question. Can
You have to do it
Pakistani
in-
women, can Pakistani women go appeal to anybody other than men for their rights in Pakistan? No.
Malik, the floor is yours.
Bingo? Maybe I should play bingo. That kind of worked last time, but we failed because we misread the guy I was going to debate. We thought he was going to do the whole atheist thing, and he didn't.
And that's exactly what my point is. The monopoly has always been there. It's always been the control. And the only thing men can get on us is the physical control.
Right. Look at that freeze frame. Yes. What do you mean the only? That's the whole entire basis of your entire paradigm rests on this fact that the only thing that men have on us is the thing we need. Isn't that interesting?
That's all we need.
Don't interrupt me. It's because they're
interrupt me, please.
obviously stronger than us, so that's how they're going to control us. Right? But then again, I'm going to have to ask you, is that moral because you're, the man of God? Is that moral what they're doing to women up here?
Sorry, got distracted.
Is it moral for them to be doing that?
Should I do that? Should I do that tomorrow?
For their religion it is, but is it moral for you? Okay, and then you went back 100 years ago. Wasn't it 100 years ago we were burning women here as witches?
No,
What? Excuse me?
we weren't. You're lying again. We didn't.
By the way, it was mostly hanging, not burning.
You were
30
burning women
seconds.
as witches up here. They did not
And
have
we
rights.
are
They did not
At
have
30
property.
seconds.
Thank you. And please don't interrupt me when I'm talking.
Yeah,
Thank you.
no.
Oh, she's a fiery, spicy. Oh, she's a strong one. Brush yourself off and try again. Brush yourself off and try. This is what modern music has done to women.
100 years ago, lady, we were not burning women as witches. I don't know. How long do you think
We were hanging them.
100 years ago was? 100 years ago, it was
That was 12 chicks, by the way, and a couple dudes.
1925, right? Do you think we were burning women as witches in 1925, you ignoramus? On top of that, as we decode all of your crazy-ass nonsense, you say women have some ought to vote. What is that ought? There is no ought there. You just say, if you can, we should be able to. That's not a reason, though. Just saying we should because I want to is not.
She's like, wait a second, what? I thought how I feel what should happen is what should happen. Wait.
Not a reason. If women generally make terrible decisions in the voting booth on behalf of society, you tell me why I should let you vote if we have the power to make it so you can't.
You know what? I do agree with you. We do make terrible decisions. All these
yeah.
women, I don't know how their mothers made the decision to have them. I swear that was a terrible decision to have them because now we have to sit here and listen to them what is good for us and what is not. I'm going to repeat myself. In Pakistan, and there is women up there, the women's right has increased. It has gotten a lot better than it was before. Same thing.
Her voice is so insanely unbearable. I wonder if the other one's calmer. And let me see. Malish, Jake. Let's see if the Australian takes a calmer approach. Not that Andrew's he's calm. It's just that there's something about him that she can't control herself. She's like losing it. Let's see if this one's a calmer.
In England, you see in England they got this. Yep, go for it.
Molly?
Yeah, no, you're wrong on that, because so far all we've had is Justin Trudeau, who I don't like either. I didn't vote for the Liberals. Even our Conservatives, they're not Conservatives either. They're also Liberal. The only person that we actually have in Canada making sense, you would call her a right winger, is Danielle from Alberta, which is a woman that is actually coming out with policies that we shouldn't be just taking in any immigration or any refugees, no checks and balances. So you saying that me personally doing that? No, there's a lot of people like me, like women like me, that don't want that here. You see that also happening in the UK. A lot of women are standing against it. It was a men that pushed it first. This whole immigration thing, this whole refugee thing was pushed by men that went and created wars in other countries. And now we have to take in all those people as refugees. You can take in Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria, all those places.
Okay, my debate prep is done. Sorry. I mean, you're welcome. Again, I'm not doing that. I'm not dealing with this. I'm going to cancel the debate. This is the first debate I'm going to run from. I'm going to cancel it. Ugh. I'm going to have to turn down my headphones. Ugh. I'm just going to have to hold back my tongue. Let me tell you. It's going to be a rough one for me. I need to find some low-fat alcohol or something to make it through, I think. You know what I mean? Low sugar, low fat. Any suggestions? What, just pure vodka? Is that what I should do? That's all I'm thinking about. That's all I've been thinking about. Not happening. I'm not listening to another damn word from her triangle head. Not one more syllable. Preemptive rage quit. I'm serious. I'm serious. It is. Oh, man. I just can't even. Yeah, I don't debate. I should go on. I don't debate women. I don't debate women. Alcohol is carbs. Is it all carbs? There's got to be something. There's got to be some yucky juice. There's got to be. You know what I mean? So please. All right, what else was I going to look at, though? Something else happened recently. What was it? Someone tell me. Anybody? Anybody know what it was? Let's see. Oh my gosh, yes! I'm so happy. You guys, you remember this chick? I've been advocating for her to be a debater. Remember this one I've been sort of reviewing. She's like an up-and-coming, mouthy atheist feminist. And I reviewed a couple of her stuff, or her videos, remember? This is good. Live in 2 days. Nice. I'm very excited for that. Nice. That's what I like doing. I like shoveling these people toward their gallows. I feel like it's an obligation to guide them to their slaughter. I feel like it's a good thing. I like it. Let me see what else we got here that I saw. I'm still in the aftermath of that woman's voice, I tell you what. Oh, how did it go?
Holy cow! Holy cow!
Holy
Holy
cow.
cow!
Even I have a headache after listening to that.
That's right. It's rough. It's rough. It's going to be rough. It's going to be real bad tomorrow for me. So make sure you guys show up and support me emotionally, financially. Make me laugh, please. Someone make me laugh tomorrow. I'm going to need it. I'm going to need some guidance, okay? I'm gonna need to make it through. Spira is debating AI tonight on Speak. AI? Wait, debating against AI, like an AI, or debating for AI as a topic? Is that what's happening? Dry red wine? I feel like that would work. A nice Malbec or something, maybe. I should be extra smug. I should get some red wine and be extra smug. That's what I should do. Bunny honey. Let's look at who'd you say? Ruslan and Michael Knowles. See if they sing a show tune together. You know what I'm saying? You know Mags? Sag? Let's see what we got. Yeah. Oh, ortho. Dude, I love it. I love that he says ortho bros, the first thing. Or are ortho bros
more difficult to debate than Catholics?
Are ortho bros more difficult to debate than Catholics? I'm Michael Knowles, and I'm going to sing a show tune about it.
Oh, man.
You can't pin them down on anything.
Mm-hmm. Well, they would say that you guys are the ones that schismatic.
They say all sorts of stuff. In Greek, who even speaks that, you know?
Michael Knowles would get absolutely, completely decimated by an ortho thug, bro.
Welcome to Yes or No. Okay, you don't have to applaud. The bibulous... Oh, hey, all right, that's good, that's good. Yes or No is the bibulous battle to discover who knows whom better. My guest today, obviously there's a lot of excitement, all these people packed into the audience because they wanted to meet him. Ruslan KD. How do we play? I will ask Ruslan a yes or no question. He will select his answer away from my prying eyes. Then I will guess how he answered. If I guess correctly, I get a point. If I guess incorrectly, I lose a point.
Gay.
No matter what, I will probably end up drinking. Then it's Ruslan's turn. Neither of us has seen the questions beforehand. Whoever has the most points at the end wins. The stakes could be higher.
Should I wear a bow tie? Yeah, I should. I should dress up and wear a bow tie tomorrow. I should. Maybe I should grease my hair sideways or something.
Thank you for coming out.
I should do something fun tomorrow, honestly.
Hey, thank you for having me, Michael.
Now, I want you to know something. I have not had lunch yet.
Okay.
I was plied with nicotine by my producer, and I have this martini in front of me.
Okay. So if you lose, are we going to get a bunch of excuses? I didn't get enough
I'm already setting that up now.
Okay, that's
yes, that's the setup. Okay. But I want there to be a wager, okay?
All right.
What are they playing? Is this spin the bottle?
So, I'm a gambling man.
I see.
I say if I win, you have to come back and do one of my panels.
Okay.
And when you're in town, if the stars align, we'll make the stars align. Latin Mass.
Okay, that's fair.
All right.
That's fair.
What's your wager?
That's fair. My wager is if I win, you get to...
You do a Sola Scriptura week vacation.
Jim Boob, if you beat Marij in debate tomorrow, I will eat steak and finally take a shower. But no soap. That's too far.
Okay, fine. Fine.
To come to my Bless God Summit in San Diego, California, March 5th, 6th, and 7th, and be on a panel regarding Catholic, Protestant affairs.
So if you win, I get a speaking gig.
Yeah.
Well, okay.
Well,
all right.
unpaid speaking. Hold on. We can't afford your fee.
That's fair enough. I thought Armenians were better at driving hard negotiations and bargains. Okay. That's good. I'm in.
All right. Here we go.
All right. Here we go. Do you know the rules?
I think so.
Okay. That makes one of us.
Yes.
Since you're a man, I will go first. If you were a lady, I'd say you go first.
Okay.
Ready?
All right.
Is the first step for Protestant churches to match the rise in traditional...
So why did he just call himself a lady? It's like... How many wigs does Michael Knowles have?
Catholic attendance to reform the laser light show concerts in their worship services. Okay, I have thoughts on this question, but I'll save them before I have to guess your answer. So you put your answer down, and then I have to guess what you would say. Okay.
Who wrote this question?
This actually an evangelical Protestant wrote this question. Okay, who I think has gone to a few laser light shows in his life.
It's to reform the laser light show concerts in their worship. Gosh, this is a good one. This is a good...
What? Who are these awkward audience members?
Good one. Oh, man. All right.
What did they do wrong?
you would say no. Correct. I would question the premise. Now, the on up along with
Oh man, this sucks.
all sort of think. Certain Protestant tradition.
How much money, guys? How much money do you think was spent to produce this? You set the stage, you get the lighting, you get the sound, you get the music, you get the media, you get the questions.
Are losing people?
Who wants to be a heretic?
Like the
At least that dude, Laco Joe. That's a way better. That's a way better title than yes or no.
Yeah, I don't know. Does anyone go to Methodist churches anymore?
Methodist had a big schism recently
Yeah,
over
they're-
the LGBTQ thing.
I was at the National Prayer Service at the inauguration. That bishopress lady, who, first of all, that alone is a problem, but then she basically took the opportunity to scold Trump on immigration or whatever.
That was awful.
I think the mainline churches on the Protestant side have emptied out. But I don't think it's just because of liturgy. The Episcopalians have better liturgy than any of the other Protestants. It's because of the teaching. The teaching has just been watered down, so they have rainbow flags outside their buildings.
Spot on. Yeah,
That's the issue.
As opposed to a flag of Allah.
Right?
Yeah, we've had.
As opposed to a flag that says, "Come join us, Muzzies."
Record-breaking attendance, back to back for the past year, but the past of Alex O'Connor and others like him is a new atheist movement forming.
New atheist, I guess.
The new.
The neo.
Yeah.
There actually isn't a seat. We'll make a seat for you.
Make
That's
a
okay.
seat.
All right.
Yeah. All right. So now you're picking one.
Clear the answers. Okay. Are ortho bros more difficult to debate than Catholics?
Oh man. Oh gosh. That is a good question.
I could see that cutting both ways, even the meaning of the question.
More difficult?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Ortho bros more difficult. Can I ask for a clarifying question?
Yes, I've already given my answer to what you're going to
Yes.
say.
So how would you define difficult? Like, are they more difficult and unpleasant?
Not that they're well, that too. I would say you leave the debate.
We're unpleasant because we don't have a lisp like you.
With the ortho bro. And you say that was a more tedious experience than the debate with the Catholic. Whether or not you won, you lost, you feel you persuaded, or
okay.
I'm saying you leave the debate.
Exhausted.
You say that was difficult.
That was difficult.
Of course.
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah.
Why?
Because it's true and it's harder to argue against.
Okay. This is where it gets good. Yeah. So what I love about Catholics is that, and I don't know if this is official language or not official language, but you guys acknowledge doctrinal development.
Yes.
You can say, hey.
St. John Henry Newman was a great articulator.
You guys would say, hey, the church is the magistrate and so on and so forth, and so stuff has developed over time.
Yeah.
Which I think is beyond reasonable to say.
Yes.
What the apostles believed and practiced is not necessarily what churches believe today on both sides, Catholics, Protestant, Orthodox.
Or the fear of development of doctrine, which is articulated very well by John Henry Newman, who was Anglican actually, and then he became Catholic. He was very anti-Catholic. He becomes Catholic, becomes a saint, becomes a doctor of the church like 3 weeks ago. He would say that true development of doctrine is something that was always there, that was often practiced and understood, but is articulated later on or comes to a fuller understanding later on.
The thing is, development is kind of an ambiguous term because you could use the word development to mean acquire and discern in higher resolution the truth, which is totally fine. But development can often, and most commonly, when you point to examples of development, you're actually pointing to innovation. And so you have to distinguish between an innovation and a development. And they seem to be not really worried about that fine line that needs to be cut. They're just kind of going, no, we developed. We developed V1, and then the church operated a certain way for thousand plus years, and then early 1100s they started developing these new things. They're developments. And you're like, yeah, but do any of them contradict each other? Yes. Is Vatican II a good, quote, development? No, I don't think so. No. Jordan says for $5, Noel stated that just because an action is morally admissible, it doesn't mean it's evil. He said this has to be the case or the papacy is false. Interesting. Yeah. I mean, even papal authority is a development.
Iran, often in response to challenges to that traditional teaching. So the way Catholics think about heresies, so we don't like heresies. They've been heresies since day one. But they're great in the sense that they allow the church then to clearly define her teaching on Gnosticism, on the sexes, on the Immaculate, all the way up to the Immaculate Conception, say, so that the doctrine is, becomes clearer over time. The way it can be abused by liberals in the church even is to say, well, the church used to say that marriage is between a man and a woman, but doctrine has developed, and now it's between.
What did the church used to say about Islam? What did the church used to say about the God of Islam? And what does it say now?
Two guys and a billy goat. You say, well, hold on, that's not a development, that's a change. That's an innovation. That's contradicts scripture. That's out. Right. But the liberals do use it that way.
Yeah, that's helpful. I think.
As if the ecumenist authoritative stance of the Vatican isn't liberal. What is he talking about? Why is he pretending that even the hardest Catholics are now admitting they're in a tough position? Even the most staunch, committed, good faith Catholics are now looking and going, you know what? We are in a bit of a bind here. I don't know how much further this goes where I draw the line, but it's more and more difficult to defend what's going on. So he's like, oh no, the liberals do that. And that's what happens to the liberals when you innovate. I mean, that's what you see with Protestantism and evangelicalism and the rest. I mean, this is terrible. That's a bad innovation. What do you think's going on, dude?
The idea that the development is only in as good as what they actually believed. Yeah. I think that would be my issue with both the Orthodox and Catholic.
Game Caller says ortho bros can be quite unpleasant. What human being can't be unpleasant? Game Caller. That's like saying, that's like saying nothing. That's like saying some people can be thirsty at this point.
Is that when I read and I go back and I'm trying to understand Polycarp.
Why are Catholics in a bind? Because their church is being taken over by ecumenism. That even dogmatically, V2 has spread the name, the meaning of God to a state, to a type of thing, as opposed to a person. And so it includes Islam. It includes the Hindus as well. And so this is a big problem because not only that, but their political outreach is umbrellaed from ecumenistic views. So it's like pulling people in and saying, well, it's kind of the same thing. We're kind of doing the same thing. We're getting to the point, I don't know if you saw it, Chad Johnson, but the Pope blessing an iceberg, which is an affirmation of the very liberal, fake, completely deceptive policy campaign of global warming, as they used to call it. Now it's called climate change. This is all liberalism. I mean, the whole thing is liberalism. The whole thing.
We're trying to understand these apostles, the disciples of the apostles.
Justin Martyr, by Irenaeus.
Yeah.
I understand that, but Christians ought to be kind. Well, yeah, I mean, kind is one thing, but is it kind to fiercely correct someone? Like, Game Caller, are you a father? Are you a father? If you're a father, you know that when you correct your children, they're very quick to say you're being mean because you're being firm. So it's like, Game Caller, the kindness is often, substituted or conflated with niceness. Like, oh, you got to be nice. No, not always. You got to be firm. Firm doesn't occur as kind sometimes, but it's not for us to tiptoe around and walk on eggshells and make sure someone feels the experience of being kind, that you're kind, because that is subjective in the end. So all you're saying, Game Caller, is be a nice Christian. Don't be ruthless in conviction of your defense of your faith. Don't call out evils with veracity. You're just like, you're the type who gets walked over, by the way, Game Caller.
I think there's a pretty big chasm between what they taught and believed and what is expressed. And what I appreciate about Catholics was doctrinal development. Yeah. Tends to kind of acknowledge that a little bit, whereas the Orthodox will say, no, this is the exact faith that the apostles practiced.
Yes. So regardless of what you think about any particular doctrine. Yeah.
What's better, dude? I don't understand. How does he? Isn't this wild? The view is like, Well, what I really love about doctrinal development is that it moves away from what the original apostles taught and practiced. That's what I love about it. Who says that? Who utters that on a game show setting as if that's a good thing? Unbelievable. Oh, no, that's what I love about doctrinal development. What I love is like the ability to be agile and to move with the times. I love that they take the holy tradition and they change it to fit the times. It's beautiful. I love that. Whereas the Orthodox hold a view that they're trying to preserve, to the best of their ability, the church, the body, defended against heresies and brokenness, false doctrine, attacks. That's way to just reveal your deck, your hand here, okay? Way to reveal your hand.
Yeah, I don't see that in the writings of
Colossians 3:12. Clothe yourselves with compassion, kindness, humility, gentleness, and patience. And you think just writing one scripture, like, leave it to a Protestant to just copy paste a scripture as if like we agree with your interpretation and the application of that in every scenario. Okay. What are you talking about? Was it compassionate for Christ to call people vipers? Right? Was he being compassionate and kind with humility and gentleness and patience to call people vipers? Or to kick the money changers and whip them out of the room? Dude, it's so weak. You guys, your fake churches deserve to be taken by Satan. They deserve it. You guys deserve it. You're weak. You're weak.
Ignatius of Antioch. Yep. But at the very least, the Catholics will say, well, here's why you think you don't see it, and here's why I think it's here, and here's why it seems different. Whereas the Orthodox will say, this was always what was taught, and we haven't changed a jot or tittle.
I hear there's a Catholic party happening. Mind if I jump?
Get her out of here.
Why
is there always a high-pitched woman who has to come trottling in? Is that a word, trottling? Now I need to know. Trottling. Sounds like a real word. Sounds like... Not only does it sound like a real word, but it sounds like what I want it to mean. It's not, though. Damn it. Trottling. Hoofing. Galloping. Trotting. I guess I meant trotting. Someone need a women's voice? Oh, is someone talking about theology? Every time. Speaking of innovation.
I'm coming through for the day. Do you mind if I sit in for a little bit? Can I jump in?
Oh, why? Why do you have to do this to my live stream?
Just shout from the sides. I love that.
Thank you.
Wait a minute, can I phone in Wes Huff? What is going on?
Who is that? What is that? What's going on? What are we talking about? Is that who is it?
Yeah, Isabel, that's not
I
fair.
promise I won't weigh in.
We barred.
Please stop talking.
Wes Huff from the premises, actually.
Okay.
Wes is not allowed. I thought you were going to say the reason it's more exhausting to debate the Orthodox is because there's no unity of belief. They've had these different patriarchs forever. Historically speaking...
No? What are you talking about, you liar? What are you talking about? The reason it's so hard to debate an orthobro is because orthodoxy has no unity of belief? What are you saying?
Again, there are no orthobros in the house, so I'm not going to be physically assaulted.
Oh, they're going to clip this and destroy us, just so you know.
God, this is just total well poisoning. What disgusting well poisoning this is.
Typically, in the history of the church going back to antiquity, challenges to doctrine, also known as heresies, tended to come from the East. Now,
Who is Saint Irenaeus for 500, Alex?
Orthobros could shoot those down too, but a lot of these doctrines.
What church? I don't know. Saint Irenaeus, was he a bishop of what church? And was he a bishop of a church that was developed into Catholicism? Was it a Roman Catholic church with the current Roman Catholic doctrine? No, it wasn't.
Arianism took a lot of hold in the East. All sorts of things.
Who maintained and conducted all the councils? What are we talking about? He thinks that because there's not a papal authority, there's disunity.
Arianism also.
He thinks because there are schisms that means there's disunity. No, in fact, a schism would actually necessitate that there is a trueness. There would be a true church that's defending its unity. Schism is not a sign of disunity of the true church. The true church maintains, even when there's a schism. They think it's the opposite. They think like,
I heard the sound of men having fun. I'm here to put a stop to that nonsense.
That's right. Hi, guys. No, fighting against heresy, declaring schisms is actually a sign of strong unity within the true church. The fact that that even happens, not disunity. You could say that group over there is not unified with us, but that doesn't mean suddenly the wholeness of the faith in the church is not unified. This is a total misinterpretation of what it even means.
Also had some issues in the West, but we stand to that.
St. Athanasius too, yeah.
That because of that.
Yeah, St. Athanasius, wasn't he the one in the, what was it, like the 700s? Was it 700s? I'm probably wrong about that. Where's my notebook? Wasn't he the one who was there and actually physically had the full list of the books? Or is it Ignatius? Ignatius. Wait a second. Hold on a second. Hold on. Where is it? I'm getting my dates wrong. Yeah, whatever. It's somewhere there.
You know, with the Catholics, we can say, look, to quote St. Augustine, Rome has spoken, the issue is settled. Mm-hmm. He said that on Arianism, actually. In the East, they'd say, well, you know, Patriarch, you know, Papadopoulos said like 5 minutes ago that, you know, you have to have lamb in your souvlaki and not chicken. But then the other guy...
No,
listen, I have they have great liturgy. I'm mostly salty because I can't grow the beard. But you know,
I would be Catholic too if I couldn't grow it.
Yeah, of course. They will say, well, no, actually, there's this other tradition. There's this mystical...
St. Athanasius, letter 39, Paschal letter 380s. Thank you. Thank you.
Tradition that actually says something different. And so the thing that I find exhausting
that didn't sound right.
Our beloved brothers in Orthodoxy.
That's what I was confusing the word 7 with the council number.
Can't pin them down on anything. Mm-hmm. Whereas, you know, even in antiquity and through the Middle Ages, you'd have Eastern bishops come before the Great Schism. You'd have Eastern bishops come, they'd all agree to something, right? And then they'd go back and the emperor would say something different and they'd like kind of ignore the council. And so you say, well, you guys believe this, right? And they say, well, yeah, but we also kind of believe this.
Let me ask you this. So to kind of throw a bone to my Orthodox brothers and sisters, do you think that they have maintained...
Jay Dyer's definitely going to be invited on this, yes or no? For sure.
And a closer tradition, not to the Apostolic Church, but to the 300s or 400s when a lot of these doctrines formed. Would you acknowledge that?
I would go further. I would say, yes, they do have a great connection to the Apostolic Church because they have apostolic succession, because they have, generally speaking, valid sacraments, because their liturgy, I'll throw them onto the Orthodox, their liturgy is much more beautiful than a lot of what passes for modern liturgy and Catholicism. So, no, listen, I'm being tough on them. I actually do have a great deal of respect for the Orthodox, but it's the point of unity. You know, there are four marks of the Church. One, holy, Catholic, and apostolic in the Nicene Creed. And so, yes, they've got the apostolic.
And where's the disunity? What are you talking about, dude?
Sure, let's say it's holy. You know, they claim to some kind of universality. But where's the unity? You know, the unity. This is really where the...
Is that your argument? Where's the unity? I don't understand. It's your claim of disunity. You have to justify that claim, Michael Knowles. You can't just ask where it is like you're confused. Where's the unity? Where is it? They don't have a singular person who acts as a vicar and pretends to be Christ incarnate and declares something the case. Where is it? Where's the unity? Where's the top-down ultimacy of a human being? You know what I mean? I mean, they have that like first among equals thing. I mean, where's the unity in that? That's like saying like Christ's body is not unified unless there's a singular head that whatever he says goes. That doesn't make any sense. Their church is the body of Christ. Christ is truth. When they say they want unity, they say that Christ and truth should be unified with what's false. Yeah, they're trying to unify with what's false.
The primacy of Rome comes in. But that was always a point.
Right, 367 AD, St. Athanasius it was, lists all the books.
Point between us and the...
Well, they would say that you guys are the ones that schismatic.
They say all sorts of stuff in Greek.
No. Chronologically, Michael Knowles, it's true. What you call development, we call schism. I mean, look at the two things next to each other, right? Orthodoxy holds to what was taught, maintains it, and then Catholicism jumps in and makes all of these new developments, right? Including priests not marrying. There's like 4 other main ones that were developed after 1100.
Speaks that, you know.
You just wave it off.
Yeah.
Hold on one second. Go to helixsleep.com.
Dude, he's so weak. This guy's such an absolute. He's really just a. Sorry. Mean ortho bro coming in hot, but this is absolute tree. You know.
.com/Knowles. Sometimes you don't get good sleep at night. Okay, and that might be because you.
Ordo, TLM, barely, SSBX, Uniate, etc. They even have 2 different creeds under one apostate head.
Right. They don't call that disunity, right? That's why, because they're ultimately going, well, to solve this problem, we need an authoritative stand-in figure that's a man that holds the power. But then again, when he says something off, it just means he wasn't sitting in the seat. It's like, not touching me. I'm not sitting in the seat. It's like musical chairs. Oh, is his butt touching? His butt wasn't touching. Was in the seat. He was in the seat for that. He wasn't in the seat for that. He was in the seat for that. He wasn't in the seat for that. Unbelievable. Thinking of Roman Catholic meaning Roman Universal just sounds kind of counterintuitive. You know what I'm saying?
Ruslan's up. Okay.
Yes. All right. Do you have any idea where the Pope and the Vatican as a whole stand on the death penalty, global warming, and illegal immigration?
Oh, here we go. Let's talk about ambiguity and disunity. Ruh-roh. Where's the unity, Michael Knowles? Ruh-roh. $10. I think Knowles should stick to act. He should be sent to New York City to perform Rent over and over again.
And you have to guess how I would answer.
Yes. Do you have any idea where the Pope and the Vatican as a whole stand on the death penalty, global warming, and illegal immigration?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I know where the Vatican stands. And again, it's kind of mixing those issues together because the death
here we go.
penalty is a little different than, say, global warming. You know, global warming is a kind of prudential matter for the civil authority that is not entirely within the competency of the Holy See. Death penalty is a little different. And so for the entire history of the church, death penalty was fine under certain circumstances. Church would today say,
like burning heretics at the stake.
Yeah, we need to bring a little more of that back, frankly, but that's a topic for another time. And but in principle, capital punishment is okay under certain circumstances.
Okay.
So the church would say today, well, that teaching remains true.
Okay.
The death penalty is okay under certain circumstances. The question is over a prudential matter. Are those circumstances satisfied today? Because the death penalty comes from the book of Genesis, right? Whosoever sheds the blood of man, by man shall his blood be shed. For man is made in the image and likeness of God. Because of human dignity, we have...
Is this the Christian theology version of Jubilee? Not exactly. This is more like a game show where it's like you ask each other questions and then you try to guess what their answer would be.
Of the death penalty. And St. Paul says civil authority doesn't bear the sword in vain. That was clear enough. Some popes carried it out, including Blessed Pius IX, who oversaw 500 executions in the Papal States. John Paul II says, yeah, it's fine in principle, but I oppose it practically because modern society allows us to protect society from the perpetrators, so you don't need to carry it out today. Pope Benedict said much the same thing after JP2. He said, look, reasonable minds can disagree on this, but practically I oppose it. But Francis comes in and he says...
Isn't that interesting, though? It's like you step away from the death penalty, which practically, this is what's interesting. He says practically. Well, no, practically, if someone knows they're going to die if they do something, practically it's going to cut down on people doing those things. Practically. He says, no, practically it's not something we do because people can do horrifying things and you can take care of them forever in jail and give them food and internet. Practically. You know what I mean? That's like saying, like, if you're a parent, the strictness at which you come down and correct your child with discipline, obviously this is not the same magnitude, but that's like saying, well, I should be harsh with my children insofar as discipline and correction, but practically I don't really need to because of technology. You know what I mean? Practically.
The death penalty is morally inadmissible. This is in the Catechism. So this is not an ex cathedra teaching on faith and morals, without error, officially pronounced. This is just, he says, morally inadmissible. He doesn't say it's intrinsically evil, because he can't, because that would contradict Scripture.
Speaking of death penalty, we're at halfway through, and we're only at a quarter of the goal. Speaking of death penalty. I'll scurry I'll trottle my way right out of here. Game caller says, JB acts like Michael is some liberal progressive. It borders on delusion. It's cringe. I didn't act like he's a liberal progressive. What are you talking about, you lying snake? I'll hunt you down. I'm so tired of liars. I didn't say he's a liberal progressive. He's a classical liberal. He's not a progressive. He's a classical liberal. What are you talking about? It borders on delusional. You're a liar. You should be hunted for sport. Game caller. I will hunt you like game. I hate people like you. Despise, despicable. I hate people like you. How about that?
Scripture.
Rachel?
And 2,000 years of church teaching. So he says, morally, what is that word? It's a little dubious. Pope Leo has basically maintained that and says we work toward the abolition of the death penalty. Okay. Again, that's a prudential, practical matter. Unlike, what was
He's not saying it is a dogma officially.
Certainly not a dogma. It couldn't possibly be. But, so we can say, yes, we understand what the Vatican is saying about this today, but we see it in light of...
FDA sent me. That's hilarious. FDA finishes his morning prayers, sends everyone over here, and I'm telling someone in the chat I'm going to hunt them. Lord, forgive me.
Tradition and scripture and 2,000 years. And so some of my Catholic friends, I was speaking with the young lovely.
I'm a woman. This is what I do. What do women do? Raise the roof?
Isabel here.
Get her out of here.
This earlier.
Right out the
door. They fall into two errors on this. The one, modern people.
What do you think, lady?
They don't care at all about what the Pope says. But there is a deference to Rome, going back to antiquity.
What makes Michael a liberal but not a progressive? He's a classical liberal. He holds to, ultimately, liberty above all. He's going to hold to the Enlightenment philosophy, regardless of his Catholic faith. He's going to defend rights, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. He's probably going to defend women voting. This is all liberal. Progressive would be specific points towards something like pro-abortion. That's liberal and progressive. He's not pro-abortion. That's still liberal. He's still liberal. Classical liberal. He's not progressive. Progressive would be certain policies. Be like, sexual degeneracy, teaching homosexuality, which who knows what his view on that is. Pro-pornography, things like this would be progressive. He's not progressive. But it will lead there, by the way. That's what the frustration is that people who are classical liberal fail to understand that they're holding strong to classical liberalism is basically the root, is one of the roots to progressive liberalism. That's just the fact. Like, you cannot disconnect them. If you defend forms of liberalism, even classical liberalism, you're watering a garden that leads to weeds. That you're watering weeds. There's no way around it.
Going back to the apostolic ages.
So would Michael be someone on the left or the right? Politically, that is a dialectic that's limited. He would be on the right. But I don't know how long you've been here, game caller, or you've been wearing earmuffs this whole time. I don't understand. How could you be in my chat for more than a month, especially in recent streams, and not understand that the distinction between a limited dialectic of left and right and a higher level dialectic of good and evil, or truth and falsity? I don't understand. Are you retarded?
As far as I'm concerned.
Do you guys know what is this phenomenon I get in my chat where people, you see their names, they've been here for months. What is it about it? I don't understand. Is it just la 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 la? Haunt you?
You got to care what the Pope says. Mm-hmm. Maybe it's just because I'm Italian. You don't need to concern yourself with what
he's Italian.
What the Pope ordered for lunch. Okay, you don't need to. The Chad medieval peasant was not updating Twitter all the time. What did the Pope say to some reporter today? It's not. You can have what I call a Mediterranean nonchalance. When the Pope says something.
I love Michael. We're going to Broadway together.
Thing that is,
we're going to watch. He brought me to Cats.
Prudential, political. In my mind, you don't need to stay up all night worrying about it.
Okay, two follow-up questions.
Yes.
It is fair. I love how nuanced you are on all of this. This is amazing. You sound like a liberal a little bit.
Hey.
You hear that, Game Caller? Did you hear that, Game Caller? How about L's in the chat for Game Caller? Listen to Ruslan right now. Ready?
Two follow-up questions.
Yes.
It is fair. I love how nuanced you are on all of this. This is amazing. You sound like a liberal a little bit.
Hey.
Nuancing everything.
How's that taste, Game Caller? How does that sound to you? You hear that?
Disciple of John Henry Newman.
Fair enough. So could you see from the Protestant perspective and from the Orthodox perspective how there's been many contradictions, or specifically on that one, let me just not say many and be general, but that seems, from the outside looking in, of like, man, there's a lot of executions, and now it's like, not so much. Can you see how that's a contradiction?
Yeah.
Then I have a follow-up.
I don't think it's a contradiction, but it's kind of two layers of
I know you don't think it's a contradiction. I'm saying, can you see from our perspective?
It's two layers of geek.
Perspective.
I totally can.
Okay.
Because there's this kind of flattening, basically, of these two layers. Doctrine, dogma, perennial teachings of the church, and a kind of practical weighing in on politics. Okay. There's always been religious authorities.
He didn't deny it. No, he sideswiped it by referencing somebody that was like probably leaning liberal, but was like had certain views, like whatever. Yeah, look at him. Are you kidding me? This guy? Look at him.
Have always had something to say about politics. Yep.
You think this guy would shut down, like, let's say if you made a policy that said it was absolutely illegal to abort under any circumstances, but it meant Broadway shows would be closed forever. What do you think he would vote in favor of it?
It was pronounced in the West because...
Look at me, I'm conservative. I'm so nuanced and palatable and mainstream. It's seriously, Rachel, I can't wait, and I know it's inevitable, where you, Andrew, Jay, I don't belong in this scenario. I'm too foul. But it's coming. Michael Knowles will not escape. Okay? He's not going to escape this. It's eventual. Maybe it's a panel, maybe it's a debate, maybe it's a conversation. It's happening. He will have a one-on-one eventually that he can't escape. Now, Ruslan lets him escape all this stuff because he's also exactly what Rachel said. Oh, I'm so palatable, yo. Oh, yeah, that's cool, dog. Yeah, and that's cool. Everyone get along, right? Yeah. Are you coming to my friend George Janko's party? It's going to be great. People of all different faiths uniting under the pool party and the barbecue. It's great. And it's like, there's no rigor. There ain't no rigor. For the people, press $5. Did I just tune into you doing a review of two gay dudes on a date? Yeah, this is sponsored by Grindr.
Because the Western Roman Empire collapsed, and so the Pope had this unifying, even political authority. But he's dealing with, in some cases, Gothic kings, some of whom were heretics, Arians, whatever. In the East, they always had much more centralized political authority in the person of the Eastern Emperor. So because of that, I don't know, there's a kind of... we recognize a distinction between the secular and the religious, that they play on one another, but even Dante wrote a whole beautiful piece about this in Monarchia, about the distinction between the two. It's not all the same, but it can seem that way if, the Pope is talking about environmental policy in some modern nation.
The two categories are doctrine and dogma.
Come on, Ruslan, just bring it up. Did you notice that the Pope blessed an iceberg on stage. What do you think about that?
And the second category is, what was it?
Like political issues.
Political issues.
Just modern political issues.
So death penalty, bad political issues.
JB, give me 6 examples of popular political figures who you would consider conservative and not liberal. No, I can't. All the popular conservatives are classical liberals. Where have you been this whole time, Game Caller? I don't understand. Do you just not listen to what I'm saying and you're just consumed by the chat? Fair enough. The chat's really fun. It's really engaging in my chat. But it seems like I've seen your name for months, and I'm happy you're here too. It's just that, have you just not been listening to my point of view this whole time? All of mainstream conservatism for the last 50 plus years, maybe more, has been leaning classical liberalism, the Enlightenment. Our entire country is founded on a soft doctrine, a soft, deistic, proddy, liberty above all. Do you understand? I can't even give you a political figure that is, because they don't make it to popularity.
Jim Bob might have a hard time recognizing inconsistencies in his faith, but you have him wrong. He specifically rejects classical liberalism in favor of Christian nationalism all the time.
He might say that, but when it comes down to it, I bet you in practice, when you push up some policies, I wonder. Now, maybe I'm wrong. I would be happy to be wrong about Michael Knowles and nationalism and what he considers should happen. He might be a little more aggressive than everyone at the Daily Wire even. But I wonder. I'm totally willing to be wrong. It just seems to me, at least from what he says, when push comes to shove, he's going to, I believe, I would call him out on it. I believe he's going to rest on a more liberty perspective than anything. He might rhetorically, and we never know what's going on with these people, by the way. It might be actually practical to give some sort of nodding to people on the right wing who are a little more aggressive. You know, you never even know with these people because they are part of like companies. They're part of like a corporate body. You never know with these people. When it comes down to it, you got to look at what they're willing to put into practice by policy. That's what you're willing to actually put into practice. You know, I'm more than willing to be wrong about Michael Knowles. I just don't think I am.
Now, what if? Paint a picture for you. What if all of a sudden the Catholic Church comes out and says, yeah, we know doctrine and dogma is like same-sex couples.
I think that's a demographic thing, honestly. I hate to just, call it nihilistic, call it a little black pilly, but I think working for Ben Shapiro, everything's about demographic and numbers ultimately, if you're a part of his arm. That he's going to be like, look at the numbers. The rise in a more aggressive, right-leaning, nationalistic view is on the rise. They're the ones making the movements. They're the ones driving culture. We have to compete with this or co-opt it. Who's in? Michael, can you take a little bit more of a? Yeah, I mean, you're a little bit more leaning, nationalistic than the rest of us. Okay, you want to take the helm on that? I'll pay you more. I don't put it past Daily Wire nominating one of their people to be a little more right-leaning.
Was not good, but just go ahead.
Thank you, Unhip Bone.
And let them get married. We're already blessing the unions. Yeah. Go ahead and let them get married. And gay marriage, it's cool. Would that then contradict the doctrine and dogma? With a famous Catholic debater said, if the Catholic Church ever allowed gay marriage, that would completely invalidate the entire Catholic Church. Would you agree to that? How would you feel about if it was gay marriage?
Nationalist.
Yeah, I'm reasonably confident that could not happen.
Okay, what if it did? Would it invalidate the Catholic Church?
No, it wouldn't invalidate the Catholic Church. It would mean that some prelate or someone was spouting heresy, which has happened over the years. Mm-hmm. But it wouldn't. That would not supersede clear scriptural teaching and 2,000 years of magisterial authority. It wouldn't happen. Mm-hmm. Now, the reason why I'm confident that would not happen mm-hmm. is even just looking historically. A lot of other ecclesial communities have spun off, and they say they.
I like how you call us ecclesial
communities. Yes,
you guys are real churches, but you're like cute little ecclesial communities.
It's part of the mystical body of Christ, albeit not in the fullness.
Now you sound like an Orthodox.
Yeah, but Martin Luther, I don't think would have been totally down with Steve and Bill getting married. Yeah. I don't think Zwingli or Calvin would be into that either.
Agreed.
And yet there are some people who call themselves Lutherans today who support that. Obviously, the Anglican Church supports that. Plenty of plenty of non-denominational churches are fine.
Yeah, we got a name for those folks. We call them heretics.
I was going to say, is it fit for air?
We don't do stuff with them.
Yes.
We don't invite heretics to our events. We don't partner with heretics. We're like, they're bad.
But I would say, you look at the church, the Catholic Church. There are plenty of liberal priests, some of whom go on TV, and who seem to push the envelope. I don't want to name these Jesuits, but they seem to push the envelope. And yet even they don't go that far. And so the fact that the Catholic Church has survived through modernity, despite all of the problems of this fallen world with the men who run the show, to me that's an evidence that we're actually, I feel pretty good about it. I would be willing to wager every dollar to my name that at no point ever will the Catholic Church redefine marriage, say. And I don't know that I would say that about other communities. Yeah.
All right, that's a big wager.
That's another wager.
Should we do another wager? No.
Yeah, we might. I know, we might not be around to prove it.
Someone's going to Google your net worth after this.
Yeah.
Be like, okay, that's fine.
I'm also going to need a raise from the Daily Wire.
All right, I got to sneak out, Michael, but I can't resist a good theological debate. So
you're leaving? You're leaving?
No, I got to go film other things.
What about when the hard ones come up and I need to phone a friend?
I know, I'm sorry.
Maybe I'll
Feel
just
the
I'll
vibes
get my
through the
phone. I'm up.
You're up. Who's winning?
I think we're tied.
We're tied.
Now, right? Yeah.
Okay. I cleared mine.
Now, before we get to this prompt, we have to watch this video.
All right.
Proof is in the pudding, I've been putting in the rougher.
No. No thanks.
Yes. Not fit for liturgy. That's not the question. Is it cultural appropriation?
Cultural appropriation of what? Like, is it mixing genres and stealing from any other genres?
Is it essentially Armenian or is it something else? I have to answer Are you a cultural?
I don't understand.
Are you an appropriator?
Am I an appropriator?
Well, that's your word. I would say appropriata.
Sure. Appropriata.
Yeah.
I think the question would be better, like, are white dudes making rap music culturally appropriating?
And are Armenians white? I mean, that's a whole separate
that's
rabbit hole we could go down.
So is that what they're...
Yes. Are you appropriating?
Is a non-black artist who is making...
You're literally from the Caucasus.
I'm a real
You're as Caucasian as they get.
Yeah. The rest of you guys are frauds.
Yes. And the Sicilians have always been a little African. Okay. What would you say? Is it cultural appropriation?
It's a great question.
It's true.
All right. I got it wrong. I said yes. I said it is.
Oh!
How is it not cultural appropriation?
Because I think the beautiful part about cultural is that you're blending and breeding together different aspects that are creating, in America, what we would call a melting pot.
Therefore, you are appropriating some other culture.
You're using cultural
Give me my
appropriation.
point back.
You're using cultural
He just said...
Yeah. So dumb. I'm not sure if this is going to get any meatier here. I'm looking for something better.
And trying to figure it out and wrestling, and unfortunately had some setbacks in that. That I think he's trying to find his way back to the Lord. I'd like to believe that.
Yeah, I think so.
Versus, hey, I'm going to take these chords. I'm going to take this style of music. And then
which is itself. It can be. Okay. I think for it to be music, there has to be some element to it beyond the percussive.
Yeah, melody.
There has to be at least a melody, something vague.
No
rapid fire
one
round.
cares.
3 questions, 30 seconds, no times to outthink each other. Let's go. They changed the colors. That's how you know we're in the rapid fire. Right now, that's bad. I'm losing at 1 to 3. But even though...
I guess you're coming to the Blessed God Summit.
But there was the one where he's... Anyway, that's fine. That's fine. I'm not... Look, it's good. If I lose, I win, because I get to go to the Blessed God Summit.
All right.
Are the questions written? Oh, yes, they are. Okay.
This is where I fumble my lead, huh?
Okay. Is the Annabelle doll actually demon-possessed? No. Is the gateway process, which is I've never heard of, I don't know what that is it just witchcraft for feds? Yes. All right. I don't even know what that is. I got that right. That was good. Dang it. Is hustle culture antithetical to Christian culture?
Oh, these are too easy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Hustle culture.
Gosh darn, he just took the lead.
Can I ask? That was good. Well, you might get it back on your end. Is what the only one? I don't know about Annabelle or whatever, and obviously not like.
I don't think an inanimate object.
Cannot be demon possessed. Unless it's like Chucky or whatever. And then gateway. What is the gateway process?
The gateway process is this real interesting CIA operative where they started using psychics and different experiments of tapping into the spiritual.
Oh yeah, I've read about this.
Yeah, it's super trippy. It's all documented. You can pull it up in CIA doc.
Okay, I'm not sure where else this is going. I wish it got a little more. For most Hollywood elites involved in the Illuminati. Oil. I wish they asked more about this, like, general I wish they'd asked more about Christian nationalism, honestly. That's what we want to hear about. So I don't think we're going to hear it, though, unfortunately. So, oh well. All right, well, that'll be fun to keep up on anyway. I mean, it's, you know, I think that's like one of the first episodes maybe. And so I think it'll develop, no pun intended. And you'll get some, I hope Jay gets on here. I really hope. What's up, Rob? Thank you for the raid. Appreciate y'all. Welcome, Neurons. Yeah. They should get into, I mean, it's fun. It's like a fun show. It's like something, you know, light. But it would be cool to kind of press them on like a little bit more contentious issues. Like even Michael Knowles said it during this. He was like, well, I think we should have more, what was it like? Something about burning of the stake, and he joked and he said, I think we should get more of that, you know. Anywho. We got an hour left. We're not even halfway to the goal. Must be Tuesday. Must be something terrible about Tuesday. Rob is on the left. He's liberal. I think Rob, I'm not sure actually where he stands in the last year. I mean, I debated him over a year ago on female voting, just like this idea of individual liberty. I'm not sure where he stands on it actually now. Who knows? I haven't asked him in a while. Who knows? B-da-b-dee, boopy. What are you, game caller? What are you? What are your views? You know, you're concerned about, you know, Michael Knowles. You know my view. What's your view, game caller? What's your view? Let's talk about your views. Maverick being frank. Yeah, I'm going to still go. I committed to a debate against a Mormon before this little blowout happened, and so I consider it a professional commitment, and also I find it's my obligation to refute Mormonism. And so, and it's on my channel too. It's not like it's a sole channel, you know. I basically dual stream everything, so yeah. And for those of you who don't know this, who just came over from Rob Knorr, I'm going to be producing my very own fun debate nights here at my channel. That'll be really well produced, dynamic, with little fun breaks, camera changes, and the works. So you guys are in for a real treat. You know, there's a little bit of a demand for good debate channels, but not just good debates, but like actually produced, you know, fun, a little more flair. You know what I mean? Not just like StreamYard. It's like StreamYard debate. It's like, there's so many other ways to make a debate better. And so I'm going to bring it. I'm going to bring it. Like Vagine's bringing it.
I have watched MK for a long time. He would genuinely be in favor of booing abortionists, etc. at the stake in a legalized fashion.
Good, Michael Knowles. Well, that's a W for him. I mean, I might be wrong. About him. You know, I maybe develop even a segment. I was wrong about this guy. You know, I'll do it. I'm happy to be wrong. I love when I'm wrong about someone. I would consider, a game caller says he considers himself conservative, but you would first need to define what, since you have such a radically different. Well, I'll ask you this. Forget about the term conservatism. I'm going to ask you, game caller, what are you conserving? What are you conserving? Because if you think about it, if conservatism is merely the action of defending and preserving some practice, Satanists could be conservatives. In fact, there are a fair amount of atheistic, satanic people who are call themselves conservative when it comes down to certain policies, and they're not Christian or anything. So, kind of like It's kind of a important question, don't you think? Like, if I said, oh, you're conservative, it seems reasonable to go, what is it you're actually conserving? So what is it? Because most of the time I ask this, and the person who associates with the conservative movement, they're actually protecting classical liberalism. Not all of them, but most of the time they are. They are. They're defending like the vision of the United States. They're the vision of the Constitution, the vision of the Bill of Rights. That's what they're preserving. They don't care if like preserving that actually results in complete like fractionizing the entire U.S. into pluralism. They don't care. Then they're preserving pluralism, liberty. It comes down to liberty above all. So good. Good. Invite Rob. Yeah, I actually reached out to Rob. Depending on the first debate topic, whether it's a meme or a serious debate, Rob said he's open to either. I have a feeling Rob has a very unique take on Star Wars if he's a fan. That's always a fun debate, Star Wars. I've seen the debate happen, but I haven't seen it done, exquisitely well. There's a skit in there, traditional and progressive Satanists. Yeah, it's kind of satirical at this point. $5 from JB. Game callers conserving whatever the progressives of the last 300 years left him. Yeah, I really want to know. Yeah, I really want to know. Huh? What is it? Tony says, y'all not got preparations for this. Nice. I like that. I want to debate Star Wars, Abe says. Yeah, it's possible. We're probably going to launch with a couple of heavy hitters if I can. It's going to be great. You wait until you guys hear the name. It's so insane. It's so insane when Tony and I had a little like development meeting. We call each other we get in the room and talk and laugh. And when the name finally made its way out, we were just like kept pressing. What is it? What is it? We're looking up words. We're looking up synonyms. Looking up acronyms. And the moment it was said, I think Tony actually uttered it. We just laughed so hard. So you guys are in for a real treat. I don't know when. I probably like 2 weeks or about 2 weeks or maybe less if we can produce all the assets required for it. 2 weeks. So you guys will be the first to know. Abby Zong adds to the goal. Thank you so much. Gets me to 17, which is really bad. We've been going 2 hours. We're at 17 of 50. This is horrifying. Bossy chat, like, subscribe, engage. Thank you so much, Abby. TB, $10. JB, just a suggestion. Can we have the cams symmetrical? Yes. Oh, you guys are in for a treat. There's gonna be 2 big cams. There's gonna be me as the moderator, which is gonna be appropriately sized. And there's going to be a couple of different scenes that I switch to with cameras. And nobody does that. Nobody does it. Nobody does it well. I'm used to it from doing Ortho Thugs. Speaking of, tonight, if you're a member only for Ortho Thugs, there's going to be a Tony's special show in the evening. So be there or be a loser. Did I tell? No, I didn't tell them the name, hello listener, though. No, we got to develop. We need the stinger first. That's when they'll figure it out. We need a stinger. Unhit Bone, $5 adds to the goal. Thank you so much. Almost gets me to halfway through, more than halfway through the stream. I blame the Indian debater, honestly. It was my fault. I shouldn't have brought that into the stream. Shouldn't have done it. Game Caller, did we ever get an answer to Game Caller? I think rights exist even if they can be enforced. Yeah, so that's a good indicator, Game Caller, that you're a classical liberal. It always comes down to rights. How about separation of church and state, game caller? How about all of the U.S. ideally their law is derived, informed by Christianity, and enforced? What about that? Is that conservatism? That's what I want to know. Tony's kind of special all the time. I agree with that. Yeah. He's always going through it. Even if it's like, you know, he's at a peak, he's going through it. Can I randomly pop in the moderate your moderation? Maybe we can get into that, Chase Haggard. That'll be a development, as we call it, Chase. A development. JB, I said rights only exist if they can be enforced. That tells me the necessity of what's required for rights. That's not answering my question. Are you retarded? Are you you're wearing a helmet? Are you wearing a little red conservative helmet? I didn't ask what was necessary for rights to assume rights. Yeah, we agree. They need to be enforced. Congratulations. That's like saying I need, you know, if I want to keep this cold, I need a refrigerator. That's not what's in question. Okay? Sorry to be a dick today, but you people are pissing me off. Ito Tokin, $5. Thank you so much. These people don't piss me off, though. Any attempts to debate Joe Foley? Joe Foley. Might be cool to review his debate with Glenn Shrevena. Maybe. I've never heard of either of those, Ito. Average Redhead, $2. I'm trying to conserve the goal. Yeah, please conserve why don't you guys all collectively conserve my existence? How about that? You guys want to be conservatives? Now's your chance. So what you said earlier is false. I'm not a liberal. Dude, I said you're a classical liberal if we should, above all, protect rights. I didn't ask you what's necessary to protect rights. Of course. Forces. Good job. That's not what I asked you, dude. So I'm getting tired of even engaging with people. I'm tired of it. That's why I love my new future as a moderator. You know what I mean? I'm gonna just drink my little gay beers, listen to people, make people laugh. I'm so tired of just engaging. I'm just tired of talking to you people. It's like you don't even understand English. Should we, above all, defend and preserve rights? Well, I agree, Jim Bob. Force is required to defend rights. I just want to fight. You make me physically want to fight people.
I just get so mad. I just get so mad.
Another Alex O'Connor. Oof, that sounds terrible, Ito. I don't know why any of us would want to watch another Alex O'Connor. Poor guy. Seems like a nice fellow, though. Nice chap. You know what I mean? You know, it'd be nice to share a pint with a Scotch egg with him. But boy do I want to be euthanized when I hear him. Portrait of Man says the concept of rights are important except when they're replaced by duty and grounded from God. So I guess rights well, that's the thing. That's always my view, Portrait, is that when it comes down to it, if there was a Christian society, let's say, and they only focused on duties and ethics would inform what's permitted and not permitted. It wouldn't be based on like the concept of everyone having rights, because it wouldn't be true that everyone would have rights. It'd actually be a necessity that the privilege you give people is case by case, maybe sometimes collective, the privileges you give people. And those are just privileges. You know, they're not entitlement. You're not entitled to it. It's something you're gifted. But it's much more of a powerful position to look and try to isolate what are your duties than what you deserve. That's the difference. It's like the difference between what you owe society would be a duty. What you owe your family, what you owe your neighbor, what you owe the church, what you owe it to yourself, what you owe God. To look at it that way, but you never look at a right from that perspective. You don't say like you owe it, you owe buying a gun. Like, what? You're not owed a gun. No one buys you a gun. You're allowed to have a gun, but it doesn't even follow that you should have a gun or it's your duty to have a gun. You don't need a gun. You can have a gun. You don't have a gun. I don't know. What does it matter? You have the right to talk. Doesn't mean you have an obligation to. Well, I don't have an obligation to talk. Silvar Ogar, $10. Imagine the American eagle with two heads of the Byzantine-style Symphonia, American crown and altar. Beautiful. That's probably something when I finally get into a new space where I have a jewelry studio and I can get back to metalsmithing, I will make that. But at this point, 25 of 50 with under an hour to go, it's not looking very promising, is it? $2. What special rights does Ben think the bagels have? They have the right to exist. The Israel and the Jews and the ethno-state of Israel has the right to exist. And by right, they have a right to your resources. That is what we mean by right to exist. They have the right to your resources. They have the right to your children's debt. That they have a right that your child is in debt when they're born. Please make fun of people as a mod. It's funny. Oh yeah, I'll do a little bit of each of that. I'm not going to do it where I'm just like crapping on who would otherwise be my opposition in a debate. I'm going to be fair. I'm going to have a lot of visual and audio things going on for the audience that the debaters don't actually hear. They don't get to. And it's better that way. That way they could maintain their position, their argumentation, without being distracted by me.
Can you give some concrete examples of policy questions that would distinguish a classical liberal from a conservative?
Yeah, pornography, making it illegal. Perfect example. That would violate classical liberal ideals. Perfect example. Even abortion would be another. Public indecency. What you can and can't do or wear or say in public. Classical liberal, they'd be like, well, yeah, even though I don't agree with that and it's indecent, I'm not going to make it illegal. I think it should be illegal. All gay pride parades should be illegal. You shouldn't be able to do that in public. Anything like that. They shouldn't be able to show that in public at all. And it would be true if you swapped out all the gay people with heterosexual people and they were still just as disgusting, I would make that illegal. Done. That violates classical liberalism. So those are 3 examples. Naughty Germ, $2. Thank you so much for your donation. Adding to the goal. Who is like God? Question 35. Czar. Thank you. I was baptized last year. Well, God bless you. My wife is Anglican and hasn't been open to converting. How did your wife take your conversion and how could you recommend? I used patience. Now, because Meg Bob's really awesome and I got lucky, depending on how you approach it, it's going to influence how she approaches it. So you're leading. So how you lead, what you commit to, how you value it, what you share with her, the way in which you invite her, the way in which you say, let's go this way, follow me. In the end, it's like, if she's Anglican, you could ask her, and not in a pressuring way, but you could ask her, what would your Anglican pastor or preacher or priest say when you ask him, should I follow my husband into Orthodoxy? What would they say? So, I mean, that helps. If you have kids especially, obviously the theology matters, and that's all covered in your catechism. But women especially, when they're hesitant for a number of reasons, but a lot of common reasons is they're uprooting something that would otherwise be their community that makes them feel safe. They're a part of something. There's other kids. There's other moms. There's a community. They're embedded and they feel safe. So it's like it becomes like this, like it feels up in the air and unstable at first, but as you move forward in your pursuit with her, when they see that there's other women, there's other children, that thing doesn't go away, right? The theology changes, but what you're rooting yourself in is even stronger, honestly. $5 from Vagine. And Megan even said this recently. We left, we went from making it through liturgy, getting the blessed bread because we couldn't receive the Eucharist, and sort of leaving midway through, which we now we would never do that unless there was an emergency. It's super rude. Like, hold on, Vagine's talking.
Okay, Jim Bob, I have to go worship a cow now, but I can tell you 1000% Michael Knowles would absolutely outlaw pornography as well as outlaw all pride parades.
Beautiful. Well, then I was wrong, and I apologize for Michael Knowles. Maybe he just seems like a classical liberal, okay? I'm wrong. You're right. He's right. I'm wrong. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. Meg Bob was just saying that, like, the richness she experiences at our parish with the other families is something that she does that's unique, and she can't like place exactly what it is, but it's unique in contrast to her other churches, the Protestant-y churches. You know, even if you can't know what that is exactly, you can't reduce it to all its variables. That's an interesting thing that she experiences. 35 Czar again. That's a great question to ask her whatever you call it. I became Orthodox during the planning phase of our wedding. Thanks for that. Yeah, and just be patient and loving and just, you know, let her know that it's for her. It's for both of you. It's to be united, you know? What is that circle with a visual where the two of you and there's Christ in the middle of the circle? Oh, here's Vagina again.
It does not look like the Bob chats are being counted in the goal.
They're not. I don't count them in the goal. I've never counted them in a goal. And that would be a sad day if I did. Man, woman, Christ in the middle. If you move closer to Christ, and if you truly believe that Christ established a true church and you believe orthodoxy is that's another angle to talk to her about. Who is like God is the movement toward Christ from the both of you being unified on that point. Where is it? Where is Christ? Where is his church? You get closer to each other when you move closer to Christ. It pulls you all together. So it's another way of looking at it. Quincy, $5. Thank you so much. Moving me along. 21 more. It looks like we might actually do this. We might actually do this. Here, game caller, let's ask you more specific questions. Should we make it illegal for gay pride parades to exist? Game caller, yes or no? Let's just get your take on very specific things so we don't have to talk abstract. Do you forcefully remove people doing a pride parade? Make it illegal. Violates decency codes, Christian decency codes. Do you make it illegal? Do you give them a violation? Yes or no? Let's see what he's conserving here. He won't call in because he's a Fed. Jeez, I don't even know what it means to be a Fed. How do you even spot one? It's always someone in the chat where you're like, is that person a Fed? And you're like, well, should Feds be like smarter? Yes, you wouldn't mind. Okay, so you'd be okay with it being legal. Okay. And then, let's say, let's say introducing Christianity to public schools. How about that? How about that? Do you think we should introduce Christianity, a Christian worldview, the very paradigm from which you are learning things about the world? Should it be introduced? What is Fed posting? Fed posting is like saying something that's borderline threatening, or like calls to violence. That's Fed posting. Are you really a jeweler? Yeah, I'm a metalsmith, yeah. Not now. I was, and I want to get back to it. I worked for a company for a long time, making high-end stuff, super intense setting, diamond setting, engagement, fancy stuff. But now I don't have a place to do it at home, so I want to start a home studio, which is a long process. And you guys know how difficult it is out there to save money and to do all that. It's just very daunting. But it's possible. And the fruits of having a studio and you guys like, watching a live stream once a week where I'm actually doing metal work, like from a top-down camera, chatting you up, laughing, impersonations, but while I'm playing with fire, it's going to be great. Now I have a reason, too, to make beautiful things. It's not just like superficial things. Like, I could make really beautiful, exquisite, orthodox jewelry. Really nice stuff. So. So I'm a liberal, aren't I? I asked you a question. I asked you, would you be okay with introducing Christianity into schools? That was the next question. Game Caller is rapidly thinking off-topic things. Yeah. It's like direct questioning is the best. $10 from JB Peltier. I think we'd be hard-pressed to introduce Christianity to public schools. I think a better route might be policies that make homeschooling more economically viable. That would work, too. I think it's both. You know what I mean? Because once people learn that that when you teach someone something, you actually have to teach them from a paradigm. Now, if the paradigm is that they evolved from pond scum, life is meaningless and it's accidental, there's not really a good reason or context to teach children to learn anything. Once you tell them, by the way, which is introduced in public schools, that they're the result of purely naturalistic processes, and they come to the entailment, the logical entailment of that, then there's no reason, like, why do good in school? Why, it's all pragmatic. It's all materialism at that point. Oh, you should do good because you can get stuff. Is there any purpose to life? No, there's no purpose to learning, pursuing truth, arguing for truth, defending any virtues. They don't exist.
Would you be able to make crosses and stuff like that?
Absolutely,
or would
I will
that be considered iconography and
No.
require a blessing to do so?
No, you would make crosses and they could be blessed, but they're not the same as iconography. They're not written. And as long as you're respectful of the content, then no, there's nothing. There's no real restrictions like that. I would probably anything I made, I would go and have blessed though. I would bless everything, get it blessed. Made it to Divine Liturgy. Hallelujah. That's awesome. For the first time, it was wonderful. Yeah. Isn't it beautiful, Aiden? Thank you for telling us, and thank you for the $5. I love when people tell us. It just gets more beautiful, Aiden. It just gets more beautiful. It gets deeper. It just gets richer. It's just amazing. I'd buy a cross. Yeah, I think a lot of people would buy a cross from me. I feel like I could make a lot of different things too, fancy ones, little middle tier ones that aren't too crazy or expensive, silver, gold, like a shekel, Yeah, thinking you're just an event is so boring. It's meaningless. It's nihilism. They teach nihilism. They indirectly teach nihilism in school. There's no ethics guarding schools. Like how could you start a school and pretend that somehow you're going to teach kids any information or any skill or anything, and somehow it be completely absent or independent of an ethical view? It's the silliest thing ever. Silly. Totally silly. No, homeschooling is not good. It will create dissonance. What do you mean? I don't think that's absolutely true. Why would homeschooling be bad? I don't understand how that follows. There could be. I mean, there's bad situations in homeschooling for sure. There's definitely situations that aren't good. But you're an accidental event with accidental rights. They teach children that love is a chemical reaction. Yeah, that's right. That's right. So that's why I'm for it. I'm like, because I take a view that it's impossible that any of your learning and pursuit of knowledge isn't guided already by some sort of assumed meta-ethical position. Why do we have schools? Oh, should we just stop schooling? Well, they'll be like, no, that's wrong. It's abuse. If you take your kid out of school, you could get arrested. Like if they're not developing. Why is that? Well, I mean, from a secular view, it's just they should learn. Why? Why should they learn? Why learn anything? Why? What do you mean? That sounds crazy. Why learn anything? Yeah. Yeah, why? This is stupid. You're being pedantic. You're playing word games, James. Okay. Okay, buddy. Did Game Caller answer my question about teaching? Introducing Christianity back into schools? Anything? Any feedback on that yet? No? Nothing? Okay. Okay. Yeah, okay. Alrighty. Okay, alrighty then. 41 minutes, 18 more, y'all. Helping, get her out. Ogden helping out with a tenner. Thank you so much. Says nothing. Just wants me to be happy in life and secure. Thank you so much. Money, yeah, money would be their own reason. It's just a temporary thing you gain, you get. You know, you spend it on your wants and desires, and then you die. There you go. Why are we learning, Charlie? That's a weird question. That's a good question, Charlie. Well, you, Charlie, are the effect of a biological process that's ultimately unguided. And every decision you make is biologically and neurologically determined by chemistry. There is no real purpose to your existence, but that's okay. You can make your own little purpose, can't you, Charlie? Everything is going toward nothingness and death and nihilism. And you could either get there fast or slow. We get there at different points. You know, just find out what you love, and if those things make you feel good, you do them. You do whatever makes you feel good, Charlie. Oh, you don't know what makes you feel good? Let me show you. Here's a book we have in our library on how to feel good, Charlie. Perfectly appropriate for 8-year-olds.
Jim Bob, please
Yes.
make some iced out cow earrings. Brown amethyst could really make it shine.
Brown amethyst. That's funny. Chocolate diamonds, maybe? Jorlandian residential tax, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Austin Tatilio coming in. Oh, buone, mi pisano, eh? Oh, molto buone. Oh, mi amore. My father spaghetti. You know what was embarrassing yesterday? Where are my sound people out again? I did a beautiful loop yesterday, and I went to check it. And the loop wasn't on. I guess that's a compliment to me because you guys didn't notice that I was trying to loop. You're like, oh, this is beautiful. I was so mad. The chords I played, I think it was in C or C shape, and the melody I was playing, to me, I was like, this is so rich. I love this. I got to remember this one. I go back. You guys watched an absolute idiot play the guitar, and in his head, he thought it was looping, and it wasn't. That is the third time that happened. Base Bob didn't get the notification. Well, there you go. It's predictable. But here are my taxes. Thank you for coming here, Brady Harvey. Even against the throttling and them trying to move you away from my channel, you made it here, and you paid your taxes. Appreciate that. Federico Candotta. Good day. Again, sir, dumb question. What are the differences, if any, between the different Orthodox churches? Well, there's only one Orthodox church, but if you're talking about like the Go Arch, OCA, and the Russian, you're talking about basically different traditions and different set of different operations in the way in which things are done. But ultimately, the sacraments are all good. You can go to any one of those. So now when you say the word Orthodox, though, Federico, if you talk about like Armenian, Ethiopian, Oriental, you're talking about a church, for the colloquial sense, that has a Christology that moves away from the councils. So it's not, even in name, like it's not considered Orthodox because of that. Trent, $10. I haven't paid my taxes in a while. Thank you. I forgive you, Trent. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. I really appreciate it. Base Biker, $5. Did you comment on the Diwali Twitter conference? No, I didn't. I don't know what that is. Is that a Muslim? I know that Muzzies are out in force. There's a couple of videos out there that says, don't debate, just mass flag channels. So that's great fun when people do that. Jim Bob, would you go on Overton Window and debate Josh? Yeah, I would debate anyone on evolution. It's impossible to defend. It's basically my safest debate, evolution. It's so insanely dumb to try to defend. You sound insane defending it. It's crazy. Zorch, $5. But why would I go on there if I'm starting my own debate night? Is there anyone else debating evolution? I don't know why people don't do it. Why are there so little evolution debaters? It's social, isn't it? It's social. See, I might reap the reward and the satisfaction of debating an evolution person and showing how insane the view is when they try to defend it. But I take a hit in Normieville, let's say. I take a hit. Why? Because it's so wildly accepted, and socially there's a little bit of an effect that it has if you attack moon landing, evolution. It puts a little bit of a mark on you. And you go, oh, I can't believe you don't believe we evolved accidentally from pond scum. Like, really? Like, I think you're entertaining and all, and I really like some of your takes and your art and your humor. It's really great, Jim Bob, but really, you don't believe we are a monkey? You don't... Oh, you really don't believe it? No. No. It's stupid. Eric Peterson versus Standing for Truth was a good evolution. Yeah, I reviewed a bit of that. They got completely annihilated. They were not ready for Standing for Truth and the other guy. Because they got... What do we find always? With evolution, if you go granular, and they did. They went to genetics. Something I should brush up on. Why? Because it's granular. If you go granular against evolution, they don't know what to do with you. They honestly start panicking. You watch them the moment they start panicking. They're like, Wait, what? I can't just say the titles of the chapters? No, you got to read the chapters to us. Well, everyone believes the chapter happened. Yeah? Really? Okay, you go ahead and tell me. You tell me the simplest way you can explain it. That, random changes or duplicates of information in a genetic sequence produces a liver or an eye or a heart. You tell me how it happens. What happens? It happens over many times of years. That doesn't tell me anything. You bimbo. You meathead. We need more social shame about evolution. That's what we need. We bring back social shame. We need to make people feel like they're insane. We need to gaslight evolution, people. That's my campaign. We need to gaslight them. We have to make them feel inadequate, that they're not worthy of having their own brain, that they're not thinking things clearly, that they're just assuming things, they're holding a position they can't defend. We have to make them feel like they're backed into a corner and they might be excluded from society. That's the world I want to live in. Vivek and Kash Patel are going ham on Diwali celebrations. Oh, right. Yeah, it's silly. I mean, they're just getting roasted, though. They're just getting roasted. It's so stupid. They're like, oh, what did that guy say? How can you reconcile the Trinitarian view of Christianity, which conservatism is trying to maintain? He goes, well, did you ever study Hinduism? It's like we believe in a lot of different gods, but it's kind of like the Trinity, though. It's like, what a perversion. What an absolute I mean, I saw that clip. I was so disgusted. Let me see if I can find it. I'll show you guys what I'm talking about. What's his name? What's that stupid guy's name? Vivek? On Trinity. Let me see what he says. Did Jay cover this? I know Jay is, I think he might be traveling, but was it Vivek who got challenged on the Trinity? Let me see if this is it. Get him out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here.
Personal question. It's allowed. So based on what the press says about your beliefs, you call yourself a Hindu, but you also call yourself Christian.
I don't call myself Christian. I call myself a Hindu.
Okay. So based on what the Turning Point's values are, which is Christianity.
Yeah, I would even push back on that, but go ahead.
I'm a little confused on why
I still haven't gotten a definition of what conservative is for me. Conservatism is meaningless to me unless it's conserving the practice and the faith of orthodoxy. The word is meaningless. If it's not orthodox, it's not worth conserving. It's pretty simple.
You believe in I don't know, wouldn't it be logical to conclude that a monotheistic organization would be more, I don't know, I guess I just don't understand why.
Hey, Junior!
I guess a polytheistic ideology would support some sort of, I guess, monotheistic perspective, which Christianity is. So I guess I'm wondering why you have.
Look, if you guys want to ask this question to someone like this, you say, how do you reconcile the incompatibility of Hinduism and Christianity? Are you preserving Hinduism? Are we conserving? Is that what we're conserving here in America? Hindu? Hey, Linda Rama Swami. Dude, that's his real name? I didn't know that. I thought Linda Ramaswamy was a totally made-up name. Hey, Linda.
Ghostamix, I finally evolved to be here live.
Many
thanks, JB.
Shout out to Gooster Mix. Great resource for evolution. You just ask them, are we conserving Hinduism here? Are we conserving Hinduism? Hey, listen, buddy. Hey, Rama Swami. Hey, Rama Swami. Yeah, in the back. Rama Swami in the back. If it came down to your constituents, would you push policy that conserves Christianity over your own religion? This is why democracy, even in the form of representative democracy in the way we do it, is still a bit wonky. And I forget who the writer was. Mr. Westford covered this person. I forgot the name of the writer, but he read an excerpt from this writer. And this writer had a really good insight that even if it wasn't direct democracy, your representatives are always trying to walk a fine line between their own ethics, their own worldview, their own convictions, and the convictions of their collective constituents. And in this case, it's a perfect example. So what you have to do is, like, don't ask someone to reconcile the philosophy or the metaphysics or the ethics between the two, which is you could do. He's trying to do it now. You just put him on the spot. Look, if people vote for you, if there is a policy leaning heavily toward Christianity and it was a policy that somehow moved against Hinduism, what would you do? Would you represent your constituents with your actions? Or would you choose your faith?
Christian values in that way.
Sure. Happy to address that. What's your name, sir?
Liam Birmingham.
Birmingham versus Rama Swami, round 1.
So tell me about what you know about Hinduism.
It's gay and dumb and demonic.
Hinduism is a polytheistic.
That's what needs to happen. They need to do that. It's gay and dumb and demonic. It's not the truth. I know it's not the truth.
Religion that.
I know it can't ground. I know it can't adequately ground ethics and morality or truth.
With due respect, I'll just cut in right there because there's one thing I have a little bit of authority on.
This is purity testing. It is. It's necessary, Chad. It should be. It should happen. Purity testing. It's like that's what that's what a crucible is.
I'm actually a monotheist. I believe there's one true God. It's from the Vedanta tradition of Advaita philosophy, not stuff that we need to spend a ton of time here on. But since you asked about it, I wanted to address it. I believe there's one true God. Now let me just ask you, because I know that may be a hard thing to process.
When Jibob debates Rob Noor again, have it on what conservatism is. I don't think we'll agree. He's moving closer. He's moving more in the direction of Christianity informing what conservatism is. So that wouldn't be a debate for Rob. That would be a debate for someone at Turning Point, one of these guys.
FPQ. JB, check out the YouTube channel Ben Russell and watch the last 2 videos parodying Jubilee.
A parody? Finally, someone did a parody. Nice.
What's your faith?
I was waiting. Who's going to do that?
I'm a Christian. I'm a follower of Jesus.
Great. Do you believe in the Holy Trinity, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit?
I think a lot of people here do. So
good. And that doesn't make you a polytheist, does it?
Probably not. No.
Great. Because I think this is it's a great spirit.
It's a great spiritual. I'm a total politician slime ball. Oh, it's so great. No, it's not, dude. I don't care. Look, the argument isn't even whether or not Hinduism is polytheistic. As if two monotheistic religions are compatible merely because they're monotheistic. This is like a V2 kind of take, by the way. No. You don't accept another form of monotheism if it's false anyway. You don't go, oh, well, you know what? You know what's interesting about you guys? We can really get along. We should co-engineer society based on both of us. You know why? You and me both believe in one God. No. What a Rama Swami take this is. So stupid. So low tier. That's why the question isn't sufficient. He's kind of like asking him to philosophically unite the two. But, even if he couldn't do that, the question is they're two different things. Why should we listen to someone whose ethics are going to be derivative of their Hinduism? That's what you should ask them. When you push a policy, if it's between Hinduism, the policy aligning with Hinduism and aligning with Christianity, would you choose Christianity?
Spiritual question. There's good dialogue here. Is every
syncretism. Yeah, syncretism.
Religion has its reconciling of the one and the many. And so in my faith, I believe there's one true God. He resides in all of us, and he appears in different forms, but it's one true God. So
No, that's like modalism. That's like a perverse modalistic view. Not Trinitarian modalism, but a type of modalism that God is a series of avatars and he shows up everywhere. No. What is that as a person? See, we believe in Christ. We believe in the second person. We believe in the Trinity, the triune Godhead. That solves the problem of the one and the many. Your view doesn't actually resolve the problem of the one and the many. The guy asking the question doesn't know the one and the many problem. That's beyond him. So it's actually smart optically for Vivek to go to the one and the many problem, but Hinduism doesn't solve this problem. In fact, it makes it worse. It reduces to particularism. It splits God into modes of multiplicity, and he's in everything. He's a butterfly God, and so this is the problem with nature and person when it's missing in a theology, and why it's so important in Christian theology to grasp person and nature, because Rama Swami here adequately dodged this because the guy's not prepared to push back on this. Okay?
I'm an ethical monotheist. That's the way I would describe my faith. Now, I will tell you, I'm not running to be pastor of Ohio. I'm running to be governor of Ohio, and I didn't run to be pastor of America. I ran to be president of the United States of America. Is it? Yeah. Can I ask you a question in response? Because I love dialogue like this. Sure. Yeah.
Oh,
Do you think it's inappropriate for someone who's a Hindu to be, say, a U.S. president?
No.
Yes.
I think it's no. Well.
Yeah. Don't go liberalism on us. Stick to your roots, kid. That's right. Stop yourself. Good for you. Good for you. Good for you. JB believes conservatism is intrinsically tied to Orthodox. That's not exactly what I said. I said conservatism is meaningless to me if it's not tied to Orthodox. So it's not that conservatism itself has its, it can mean a lot of things. So no, like it's not, the term itself is not intrinsically tied to Orthodoxy. I didn't say that. I even told you, this is why I know you don't listen, Game Caller. You're not a good listener. I said earlier in the stream, the term conservatism could apply to Satanists. They could actually conserve something. They can conserve their tradition. To me, I said the term is meaningless if it's not conserving Orthodoxy. It doesn't follow that conservatism as a word, as a theme, is intrinsically tied to Orthodoxy. I'm just saying it's meaningless to me if it's not. It's not the same thing, dude.
You be honest.
Isn't Hinduism? Well, I mean, I can ask yourself that Hinduism believes in Shiva and what is it?
Vishnu,
the
Rama.
The flute. God, I forget.
Right, Krishna, who's you're thinking of.
Yeah, Krishna.
So the one thing for you to take away from about my faith is I'm an ethical monotheist. I believe in one true God, the Advaita philosophy of Vedanta, and I think that as you think about the Holy Trinity and
this is why in V2 they accept this too. So we got American politics. This is why if you're Catholic, you should start to get really rigorous with your theology, especially now because you're vulnerable. You're actually vulnerable because in the end, your authority, the one you're going to appeal to, you're going to dogmatically appeal to V2. You're going to accept Hinduism, Hindu people like this running on conservatism. If you're a Catholic and you go, I'm going to vote conservative, I'm a right-winger. This guy talking about Hindu, Vishnu, Brahma, flute boy, because V2 spreads itself thin and accepts this view merely because it's one true God, that the claim one true God. Same thing with the Muslim God. You're going to start accepting culturally Muslims running for conservative seats. And that's what you already see. You're seeing Muslims and Hindus running for conservative seats, conservative representative positions. And you can't argue against it, but you can from an Orthodox position. You can argue against it. That alone, once you see it in action, that alone should stop you and go, wait a second. Yes, I was raised from an early age Catholic. Yes, my whole family's identity is this tradition. Yes, most of my life has little to do with the deep depths of the philosophy and the metaphysics and the Christology and the rest of it. It's more like just a cultural practice. But how are you even going to preserve Catholicism as you know it? Get out of here. No, you get out of here.
Hindus for president.
No, you get out of here. How are you going to preserve the things you associate to Catholicism if Catholicism is going to be one of the gears, one of the arms, one of the mechanisms that actually allows Hindus and Muslims to take over your towns and cities? You can't answer that question. It's not a personal attack. You can't stop it from your own theology. You can't. You have to accept it. It's authoritative. Kenneth Wells, thank you so much, Kenneth. Nice to see you here. $5. Any spirit that denies God took flesh of the Virgin is the spirit of the... Yeah, because God, from a Christian view, God is not simply a status that can be occupied, like the Mormon view. God isn't a splintered, theistic, infinite God of splintered parts that's found in everything, that the accumulation of which is a monistic God that's the accumulation of all things. No. The personhood of God, from a Christian view, is essential to the practice of Christianity and what distinguishes it from practicing anything else. And if you balk on that, you deserve Islam and Hinduism taking over your local communities and your governance, okay? Sorry to be harsh, but you deserve it because you're not defending your faith. You're softening your faith. You're diluting your faith. You're adding water to your faith. Yeah, but I mean, it's one God. I mean, one true God. They use the term one true God, though, Jim Bob. Yeah, who is it? What do you mean? It's him, the one true God. Who? Who is it? Is there a name? No, the one true God, the thing. Vishnu. Is it Vishnu? Well, I mean, look, Hindus worship Christ and just call him Vishnu without knowing it. You know what I mean? You got to just give them a little bit of credit. No. I don't want them. No.
And what that means for, you're not a polytheist either. That's a similar...
Similar? No. 16 minutes, 5 left. Let's get those last 5 super chats. Yes, it was a bit grueling today. I take ownership and responsibility. I started the stream with a fat-headed triangular vagine-looking thing just barking at you all. I apologize. Forgive me. $5. Let's hit that goal. Yes.
Philosophy, and I'd love to kind of continue that over a religious dinner conversation sometime.
A dinner where we're eating with our hands, or are we eating with a fork? Are we praying to Christ before dinner, or are we praying to a butterfly? You freak show. You absolute show. Who would you like to say grace? Rama Swami? Who are you going to pray to? Little guy? Who are we praying to? Who are we thanking? Who's doing the blessing? Is it you or me? Who's doing it?
But
you also call yourself a Hindu as well.
I'm a Hindu. I am a Hindu. So
Yeah. So a better question, when you guys do this is like the Christian Groyper technique, which is good. I actually commend the Groypers for this, showing up at Charlie Kirk's events, pushing back on homosexuality, being in the movement and whatnot. Same thing here. Should be seen as the same thing. Why is a conservative, just in name, representing conservatism in America in any given location, and the representative of your conservatism is Hinduism? Why? What are you doing? What, to own the left?
My ethical God will come down in a cloud of curry powder and dry dung. Let's see if you pass the smell test.
Yeah, maybe. You know what I want to do? You know what I want to do? I want to go actually kill a baby cow today. I want to go call, just because I'm watching all. I want to go to a farm and pay a farmer to let me do it.
So I'd like to. So we're here mostly on.
Here's Vagine. She can't stop herself. Vagine cannot stop herself.
Would putting the 10 Commandments in the classroom count as Christianity in schools, or would that be too bagel-friendly?
I would start.
Joda o lol.
I would start with that, yeah. I don't think necessarily it's super bagel-friendly, you know, because you still have to push to who God is, you know, and teach it. So, yeah, sure. Thank you, JB. Another $5. Vivek, alhamdulillah, or whatever the dude. Vote for me, yeah. Well, he wouldn't say that, but he might as well.
I loved having spiritual discussions. We can continue this another time. What I'd like to focus on today, though, is actually where that leaves us with the values of our own country.
Yeah. What gives us our values?
Don't they eat cow
Fuck
poop
you,
and
Jim
have a
Bob. I
poop
won't be
festival?
seeing you in Valhalla.
That's right. You guys go there. I won't be there. Don't eat cow poop and have poop. They do. They have poop. Well, Vagine does. They burn poop incense in their house before dinner, and they spray cow piss around their house before dinner, and some of them have cows in their house. Is that the... So he's like, I don't really talk about my religion if it's compatible with conservatism. So let's move on to conservatism. Anyway.
With the values of our own country. The shared values of this country.
Yeah, what are the shared values of the country? What, not liking blue-haired people? Is that it?
And actually, to that effect, what's your name?
What's your name? I'm in a tough spot here, kid. I'm having a tough time with this question.
Liam, I have something I'd like to give you. Would you like to just come on stage and join me for a moment?
Oh, he's gonna flatter him. Look, this is a manipulation tactic.
I'm a little behind the stream, but I would easily spend up to $1,000 on a cross made by you, Beef Sleazy.
Absolutely, that is gonna happen, Beef Sleazy. It just gives me time. I need to figure out how to get into a bigger place. I live in a townhouse that's under 1,000 square feet. Many of you don't know that. I have 3 kids. I'm bursting at the seams. I live in a state that's extremely expensive. Yes, that's no fault of yours. But it is challenging. It's very challenging. And so, you know, all the support helps, and it gets me to a place where I could actually make more things for everybody. You know what I mean? I don't get to fully express all of my gifts right now. You get a lot of them, though, you know, and I'm not complaining. But I just... Man, do I want to make beautiful things again.
Something that's really important to me. It's next to my faith and to my family. This is the next most important thing to me in life. I usually keep it with me, and for tonight, I think it'll actually be really useful for having you come up here, and I'd love to give it to you.
He's going to give him an idol.
You want to join us for a second? Give Liam a round of applause, folks, for being brave.
What is this? He should throw it down and piss on it.
Ask him a tough question.
What is that? What is that? What is it? Dude, what the hell? Oh, I see. That's a constitution. It's the Bill of Rights or something. I think that's what it is. Why aren't you saying what it is? What is it? Rama Swami. Right here, there's a butterfly god, and there's Vishnu and Brahma, and that's Brahma, and that's an elephant god of the desert. And that is, and that one, that god, and this one, this is an interesting one. This is the caterpillar god of the big banana leaf forest. Get them out of here. Thank you, Ogden. One more. Guys, what did he give him? Does anyone know what he gave him? Why did they cut it there? I'm very unhappy with this. What did he give him? Dude, what did he actually give him? Vivek gives... I'm assuming it's the Bill of Rights. Gives student book? What did he give him? What an insult it would be, though, if it was just... if it was something about Hinduism. That would be the ultimate insult to the kid. What did he give him? Why can't I find what he gave him, bro? The heck is this crap? I knew it. Yeah, of course.
Here's to help towards the home studio.
Thank you
Beef
so much.
Sleazy.
Thank you so much, Beef Sleazy. Thank you for that. I really appreciate it. A very generous tip. Also, right to me. You know, YouTube does take chunks, but it's fun to play on YouTube with the goals and stuff. But I really appreciate that. So is the Constitution? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, that's the thing in question, Bucko.
You said, and
because to me, I don't. Here's another question for Game Caller. Do you think should we make it illegal? Because you said you'd be fine with making it illegal for gay pride parades to be happening in public, right, Game Caller? Here's another litmus test. Are you okay with you swap a gay pride parade, the same amount of space taken up, the same amount of noise, but it's just Muslims on the street praying and spreading their nonsense? Is that okay with you? Is that okay with you? Under the guise of liberty, my liberty? This is the thing. He's shutting him down with this because he knows that the Constitution, the Bill of Rights, will rearrange the paradigm to fit what Rama Swami wants, which is, oh, my worldview, my religion actually gets to inform what the policy is. That's the Constitution. That's the thing that unites us, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I am totally on board with Vivek Ramaswamy. You know, I totally agree with him. Now, I don't share his values. I don't share his theology. But I do share one thing that unites us all. We are united with pluralism. And the thing that the Founding Fathers knew is that if the founding documents of this country and the founding notions of this country preserve incompatibility, that is what unites us, is the incompatibility.
Happy Puvali. You think Indians are your ally? I was born in the poop, molded by it. And by the time I was a young woman, the porcelain was nothing but blinding. Shabu.
Ew. Virginia, ew.
And next to my faith in my family, this is the next most important thing to me. This is the Constitution of the United States of America.
Look, the kid's very uncomfortable.
I'm going to give you my copy from today. And
maybe this will help you kind of dissolve your worries about the incompatibility of me representing you on the right side of things, being that I'm not a Christian, we don't share a faith. I hope this becomes our faith. This is what it is. You know what I mean? This is what it is. This is exactly how I saw it from like 2 years ago, maybe a little bit before, when I started opening my eyes to this. The Constitution is the sort of like the synthesis. It's like Freemasonry, where it's like you join, you have to believe in something, but it doesn't matter what it is. You unify under something else. The Constitution is much like that. You know, is it an accident that it's very similar? No, I don't think so, but that's another stream. This is the thing that's a pacifier. This pacifies Christians. Here, put this biddy in your mouth. Put it in your mouth, kid. Here's a pacifier. Put it in your mouth. I know you're worried about Christianity being conserved in the West, but here's the thing, kid. I know we differ, and I know my convictions are Hindu and yours are Christian, and they're ultimately incompatible, and they're not the same religion. But here you go, kid. Put this ball gag in your mouth called the Constitution and the Bill of Rights. There you go. It softens everything for us, doesn't it? I mean, I couldn't ask for a better incident to demonstrate my point. Let's take the things that are incompatible, ultimately, that cause disaster and pluralism in our country, that are based on individualism, or are based on collectivism. Collective Christians versus collective Hindus. Who gets to rule? Who gets to determine culture, norms, how we talk, what language we use, whether we eat food with our hands or not, whatever else. Let's take that and dissolve it and soften it and say, you know what? Let's put those aside.
7 articles in it. I'll ask you to just open it up real quick to Article 6, if you will, for a second. And I think it's actually, we talk about the Constitution a lot in our country, and I love that. One of the things I love about it is it actually makes sense to read the Constitution from time to time. It's a good thing to actually read. So we'll go to Article 6.
Now watch. I don't even know what he's going to read, but I assure you, I'm pretty 99% sure and confident that whatever he's going to read is going to be some sort of principle that pushes this kid away from his Christian convictions, and he accommodates, he jeopardizes his own convictions for the sake of the founding fathers. That's what's going to happen.
There's 7 articles in it.
In fact, I wouldn't even put it past these people to even stage something like this, by the way. You know what I mean? I don't even put it past these psychopaths. These people know that entertainment is politics at this point. I wouldn't even put it past these people. This kid's probably a leftist, for all we know.
And why don't you just read the part 3?
Yeah, you read it. You read it. Why don't you just read it? You read the thing that's going to soften your conviction. You read it.
To the audience. We'll make this our constitutional reading for the day.
Look at that creep. You freak show. You shouldn't even be in our Ubers.
The senators and representatives before mentioned and the members of the several states legislators and all executives and judicial officers both in the United States and several states shall be bound by oath or affirmation to support this Constitution, but no religious test shall ever be required as qualification.
Yeah, that wasn't always the case, bucko. There was a religious test before it. The founding of the country before that, right? The movement of the country, the independence of the country, there was tests. Now, this is a silencing mechanism. This is like, I'm going to humiliate you, basically. I'm going to shut you down. I'm going to silence you. You read this. This is your new Bible, kid. That's more powerful to us than any Christian verse you have. Oh, your belief, my belief? Guess what? You know what trumps our belief? The Constitution. People are sick of this. Now, not enough people are sick of it, but people are sick of it.
To any office or public trust under the United States.
There you go, yeah. See, that's actually in favor, right? That's actually in favor of Rama Swami here. Dude, that's our weakness. That is their Trojan horse. This is what's happening. It's been happening. It's exactly what's happening. Read it, boy. Oh, you call yourself a Christian? You want to rule by Christian? By the way, here's this. Here's my defense. This is why we're going to take over your nation. This is why other cultures are going to take over your nation. Because you guys are soft. And you cuck to the Constitutional. You're a cuckstitutionalist. Oh, I guess you're right. Thank you for that. I guess I gotta put all my convictions aside. Wah, wah, wah. Look at Rama Swami. Look at him. Dude, that was a moment of domination. I wouldn't put it past these freaks that was actually scripted, honestly. Because think about the messaging. I mean, think about the messaging. How effective that messaging is. At Turning Point, no less. This is what I'm saying. Turning Point is not your friend. I don't care what you thought of Charlie Kirk. These people are not your friends. They're subverters. Okay, I guess that's right. No religious tests, no conviction, no worldview. Okay, you're right. I'm wrong. I mean, it's so weak. From experience, best thing is to start reciting the creed. Yeah, I mean, that's true. Like, if you, to say what you actually believe and ask, ask Rama Swami, right? I don't understand. Why not? Why not? Why not? By the way, even if you held to the Constitution, that doesn't stop the kid's contention if this kid is legit, a Christian or whatever. It's the contention is not whether or not there's no necessary religious test. Well, there's still a religious test for voters. So he dodged this whole entire thing. This poor kid, he's young or whatever. Let's say he is a Christian and not a plant. But now I'm wondering, after watching that, he could say, yeah, I don't care what this says right now. The question isn't whether it's a religious test. Me voting for you is a religious test. So yeah, the Constitution saying you can't have a thing that requires you to believe something to be elected, that still doesn't change for the voters, does it? You know what? You know what I mean? Like the voters can still determine and use discrimination and say, no, we are the religious test. We're not going to vote for you. Now, you could lie about your religion, obviously, so it doesn't solve every problem, but this guy dodged the whole thing. He's a little sneak. He's an absolute sneak, that guy. Effective, though. Really, he's really good at it. Really good at it. Abby Zong, 10 buckaroos. I watched rattlesnakes travel to New York. There were a bunch of Indian-run pizza places instead of Italian. I believe it, Abby. I believe it. You know the worst part about that statement is, Abby? The worst part about that statement is that me and Meg Bob are on a 3-week health kick of working out and eating healthy. And now, I can't stop thinking about pizza, even if it's crappy Indian pizza with dirt and bugs in it. Yeah, that's sad. Rachel Wilson? Rachel gives a hefty 20. Thank you, Rachel. We need to weaponize the Constitution by having red states declare state religions, Orthodox, or at least Christian, like they used to. Yeah, there used to be a thing. Kind of like what they did, Roe v. Wade. I'm for states' rights now. Yeah, I mean, you could take that approach for sure. You can do it state by state. Horrifying. Rachel, did you watch that exchange? Did you see how he deliberately, he almost knew he was going to do that. That's why I wonder about these people. Like the fact that in that exchange he had that ready to read that, like, and nail it and nail the spotlight and nail the. I think this is all marketing. I think this whole thing's marketing. I think this is like a. Who even knows what this kid is, but, you know, he didn't push back. This is like orchestrated pushback for sure. That's what I think. I mean, just the pacifying of Christians in that one instance, man. Symbolically, it's like, oof. It's so nasty. It's like soft, happy nastiness. See? The Constitution trumps your beliefs. Once again, Constitution wins out.
Replacing liberal values with Christian ones, I think adultery should be illegal. Do you agree?
Yes.
I bet you do.
Yeah, of course. The thing is, adultery being illegal necessitates an authority for what marriage is. So, making adultery illegal, but keeping a soft state secular position on what marriage is kind of counterintuitive. It sends a message, at least culturally, that's fine to start, but it's like, it's still, we have such a broken paradigm for marriage in this country. It's completely and entirely secular at this point. It's meaningless. Like, marriage under the Orthodox view, the violation of the marriage is much deeper than a violation of a contract. It's much deeper. It's a deeper cut. There's more people also rooting for you to not move away from it. There's a whole body that it represents, and so that's all gone in the West. It could be restored, but it's for the most part completely gone. Another saturated thing. From a constitutionalist view. Saturated. Rama Swami. Oh, that guy makes me sick. Okay, that actually made me kind of sad and ill, honestly. It makes me mad and sad and ill. Makes me want to kick something and throw up on it. I hate it. What is the defeater to Bajit here? I gave the defeater. He just didn't, this is a plant, I'm sure of it. Guy gives him the Constitution. Oh, by the way, all your concerns go away. Read article. He knows the article. The defeater is you ask him. No, you ask him this. You ask if your constituents vote for you and they're Christian, and there's a dilemma in which you vote from your Hindu ethics versus representing your Christian constituents, what do you vote for? Your conscience? Do you vote for your personal convictions, or do you vote for your constituents as a representative? Let's say the policy was about public worship of Vishnu in a public space. If the Christians wanted it voted out, would you abide by their ethics and standards or your own? That's the thing about democracy, even at the level of a representative republic, which, according to people who argue against direct democracy are usually on the right side of things, and they end up being constitutionalists, and they're like, well, representative democracy is sloppy, but it's the best of the worst or whatever. Well, I'm like, well, that's not proven, but this is the difference between preserving the legacy of of liberty above all, which is the mascot of America. The icon of America is not Christ. It's not reflective of the icon, the church. It's reflective of some other view. It's a free eagle. It's a flying eagle who's free to do what he wants. It's a libtard eagle. It's a blue-haired eagle. It's a gay eagle. Our national bird is a gay, lisping eagle. I'm going to animate it. Lispy old eagle just prancing around with one of his hands up, flipping his little wrist. This place is awesome. Yes. Freaking eagle. That's what it is. I'm free. I'm free. I'm soaring. I'm soaring above the clouds. Are you grounded in anything? No, I'm flying in the air. I'm up in the clouds. Yeah, exactly. That's what liberalism is. I'm flying. You can't hold me down to the ground. I'm an eagle. You're a big, gay, dumb eagle, America. You big, stupid, gay eagle. I want you to be free, and you to be free, and you to be... I don't care if you're a Muslim eagle or a gay eagle, or you're into S&M eagle with a ball gag in your beak. I don't care if you have long hair or purple hair or you have a beak piercing. I don't care if you're an eagle who thinks he's a wolf. I don't care if you're a Hindu eagle. You go, girl. You go, girl. My feathers. My feathers. No, man, eagles are cool. Yeah, eagles are cool until you realize that it's just liberty above all. That's what it represents. That's what it represents. Oh, do you have a nest you're building? Is there a central nest? No. Just flying around. That's what's the beauty of America is you don't need a nest. You just fly around. Doesn't matter where you go. Land on this branch, land on that branch. Doesn't matter. Just free. It's like Burning Man. I will shoot that eagle. I will hunt that eagle. I will bury that eagle. But Rama Swami, Patron Saint says, call me stupid if you want. The defeater is proposing a hypothetical in which you present opposing personal villain. No, the defeater to this guy's position is that he can't possibly, you put him in a position where he has to choose. It's a lose-lose. That's why. If he holds to his Hindu values, you demonstrate that you can't trust that he's going to represent you in your Christian values. If he appeals to the Christian values, he's someone who will abandon his ethical view. Do you understand? That's why you have to put it in practice. If this is the case, what do you do? It's not whether or not like he could possibly look at Hinduism from a monotheistic view or try to make some perverse analogy to a trinity. Disgusting, by the way. That's not what it is. It's not whether you can unify it linguistically. The only important issue ends up being whether in practice they can be compatible. That's all. And they're not. They're not compatible in practice. Jim Bob, how could you say that about
how can you even say that about the founding daddies? The founding fathers, you have no idea how committed I am to the founding daddies. They allow me to have split loyalty between two nations. One is an ethno-state and one is not. I get to fight for liberty and individual liberty, agency, and freedom of choice here, and then I go to Israel and do a talk, and I celebrate the fact that they have involuntary conscription to the military, and I praise them for it. And then I come home and I say it's wrong to do that.
Thank you, Jim Bob. I get it. Yeah, it's an optical ethical trap. Yeah. Yeah, you go up. What are you going to do? What are you going to do, Rama Swami? Dude, it was. I believe it. I actually believe it was a shaming ritual. I believe this was a scripted thing, too. I do. Now, it could be not, because he seems to be a kid who's just not... He's not well equipped to fight against this guy. He's young. That's why they have him up. They're young. They don't know. They don't know where to take these conversations. That's why, like, in a sense, the Groypers, at least in a small sense, would be great in this situation. Honestly, they should. The Groypers should go out in full force against this guy. Question him. They should. Not this softy. I'm kind of a Christian. How do you deal with the fact that you worship a butterfly god? And how do you do that? Well, here, son, here's a constitution. You see this? This right here is what's going to allow me to take over your town with Hinduism. Isn't that beautiful? Boy, those founding fathers knew what they were doing. Okay. That's the thing. That's like, for you people listening who are like, well, where does this go? I don't understand. I understand Jim Bob's point, but what do you mean? What's happening? I don't know what to do. The point is, at some point, as your culture and your traditions are being taken over by invaders, soft invaders, they don't do it with guns. They do it with procreation and a type of covenant community. Like, they do it by multiplying and taking over your industries and taking over your towns and taking over your cities, and then starting to vote in favor of those things. And they start to vote for introducing more of their own kind, right? Because I'm not even opposed to their inclination of being around like-minded people who look like you and sound like you and believe like you. That's the war. That's why selling Americans who are traditionalists, who are Christians, even smaller case heterodox Christians, selling you on the idea of plurality is getting you to, like, drink poison. Look at how he looks at him, dude. It's almost like he just gave him a cup of poison. And he's like, just do it. Just drink the Constitution. Do it. Go ahead. Take a sip. Go on. Yeah. Nice big swig of pluralism right there. That's right. You just keep on that pluralistic view while we take over your country. I will reproduce cohesion among Hindus and people who look like me while you sit there and glare at the counterintuitive, self-harming principle. Sick, man. It's sick. Makes me angry. Makes me mad. Send Bob chats. Help me. It's too bad Nick is a staunch Catholic. It is a problem. I actually pointed out, Base Dad, why it is Catholics can't really argue against this. Because when it comes down to V2, it's definitely extended explicitly to Hinduism and Islam, and they're taking over. How are you going to take a Catholic view into Dearborn, Michigan? Tell me. How are you going to do that? They could, dude, the Muslims can point to V2 too. They can just go, well, no, what do you mean? We're just doing it differently. We're same God, guys. We just have different outfits on. You know what I mean? What's the problem? How are you going to say it? What are you going to do? You can't do anything. You have to coexist with them because they worship the same God as you. There's no way around it. I'm sorry. It's terrible. Abandon it. Leave Catholicism. I told you. Leave it. I'm not trying to hurt you. I'm trying to help you. Leave Catholicism. Get rid of your bear name. It's just not, dude, it's not going to be something you can defend. It's going to be harder and harder and harder to defend. Are you guys still trying to debate Game Caller, get a straight answer from him? He's probably a Mormon. Did you guys see, I don't know if I mentioned this, but did you guys see that James Lindsay reposted our meme? Like, I made the green screen meme, and I'll tell you where it's at right now, in fact. Maybe there's more. Let's see. Let's see if we got more. Really funny, dude. Oh my gosh, that's hilarious. You guys, I'm sorry for your eyes here. Bro. Dude. Oh my goodness. So that's a win. That's a winning edit. Nicely done. Absolutely disgusting. I mean, nearly illegal. Nearly a violation. Near a violation of my senses. That's AI. Wow, AI is getting crazy. Was there more? Anyway, it got to, look where it got to, you guys. Look at this. We should celebrate. We should celebrate. Look. Where is it? Where's mine? Where's me? Hey, what's happening? Home. Where's my posts? What's happening? Is this me? Okay, yeah. That's a funny one. But check it out. I mean, this one posted yesterday. This is at 165,000. That's pretty awesome for a little old channel like me. That's good stuff. Nicely done, you guys. And some of these things are hilarious. Let's see if there's, that's a new one. Of course, someone did that. Of course, it's Enslaved by Truth as well. Static, nice. The cat one's pretty funny. That's awesome. That one's funny. That's funny. That's funny. Nice. Whoever did that, you're retarded. Wow, that's creepy. Oh my goodness. That's wrong but right. That's wrong but right. Nice. I like that one. Nice. Oh, that's even better. That's actually pretty creative right there. Sir A.D. Fontes. Nicely done. Oh, look. The heifer. Nice. The bowl. The golden bowl or whatever. That's good. Oh, my goodness. Jared Fogle. That's rough. Is that James Lindsay? Oh, nice. Twin Towers. Nicely done. Gosh, you guys did great. You guys did great. Oh, more. There's more. Oh, gross. Oh, gross. Gross. That's gross. Okay, that's gross. Dude, AI's getting crazy. AI's getting nuts. Oh my gosh. Oh man. Oh man. Anyway, gem alarm, nice. Oh my, wow. Who did Southern Scotsman and Frank with Ben Shapiro's face? I think that wins it. I honestly think that might win it. What do you guys think? Do you guys think that wins it? That wins it. That's creative. That's great. Wow. I wish I thought of that. Yep. He even reposted it. James Lindsay reposted it. He reposted the meme. Wow. Oh my god. Oh, nice, dude. Rush. That's funny. Just a surfboard. Nice. Oh, the hump in the wall is funny. That's funny. Ooh. Nice. Oh, look. The internet is like winning, honestly. I had a lot of like black pill moments here and there with the internet and technology, but sometimes something will come along and it'll really just chirp me up. Don't you know what I mean, you guys? Like it'll just chirp you up. Just make you happy and make you gleeful, joyful and creative and feeling good. Wow, dude. What the hell? Oh my gosh, what the heck is that? Oh, it's so disturbing. Wow, dude. Wow, that's dark. The one with the calculator. Whoa, that one's crazy. Yep. There it is. Oh, look, Destiny. Even Destiny made it in. Look at that. The bagels, yep. Yep. That's funny. That's a funny one. Oh my gosh. Is that Yu-Gi-Oh? Wow. Ju-Gi-Oh? Is that Ju-Gi-Oh? Whoa, mattress, of course. Got the mattress one. Oh, I got Baphomet. Nice. Nice. Yep, there you go. That's a good one. Oh, Nancy Pelosi's breasts. Yuck. Well, you guys seen it. We scored. We did well. We did well, everyone. So thank you, everyone who participated. There's more. Just follow my Twitter there, my X. Go find me at by Jim Bob, and you get to scroll through all of them. They seem to be endless. I guess we did pretty good. Yeah. We did good. We even got him to repost it. He even reposted it, so that's pretty awesome. We won. We won. Anywho. Your masking needs improvement. Use paths in alpha channel. Yeah, it's fine. Someone said that. Nah, I just brought it in with... I just drew around it. It doesn't matter. I mean, actually, part of the funniness of it is like if it's not even done really great, like professionally, it's kind of funny. That's what all ortho bros do when they lose. I don't follow Jim Bob. Does he cry every time he's losing? Yeah, I keep getting these Mormons to try to debate with me. I ask them basic questions. Mormons are very weak defenders of their faith. I kind of feel bad for them. They're kind of like retarded. I said Jugio. Yeah, Jugio. That should definitely be a meme. Jugio? That's just good. It really pisses me off on behalf of Jim Bob that so many people crop out the name of his own comics. That makes sense, honestly. I thought about that, and like, people don't, especially in today's age with memes, like anything could be made with AI, and so they want the messaging, but they take for granted like the messenger, and it kind of makes sense from a meme view. I've kind of softened my approach on that because usually I used to take it personal, but now I realize how people view memes, like in comics. It's just like it's a thought. It's like a thought that's conveyed. It's not a work. It's not like a work of art or it's just not viewed with the same level of like importance as like a song being made. Like if a song was made, you'd be like, oh, that song, look at who made that song. That's amazing. It just doesn't have the same level of reverence or whatever. And it makes sense. Why would it? It's a meme. You know? It's a drop in the bucket. I stopped chasing down people a long time ago. I was like, dude, can you just tag me at least? Help me? Help me. I'm asking you for help. It helps me. Do you like what you just saw? You do, don't you? Help me. They're like, what? There's a you? I thought it was a meme. Yeah, there's me. There's a me. I'm me. Like, yeah, but it's just a meme. Yeah, I guess you're right. It's like people interact with memes, and the reason that it works so well is that it's triggering a reference in their head that already exists, but it wasn't conveyed in the proper way. And so when they interact with a meme that really resonates with them, they're actually interacting in their experience with their own thoughts. And if they experience as something they're interacting with themselves, then they don't think that someone else made it. They don't think to think who made it, you know? Because all that the reason memes are so effective to begin with is the fact that who made them is irrelevant. That's how powerful memes are, you know? They cut through all the mess and the static, and they're so effective. And part of their efficacy is the fact that people internalize the message and don't even think twice about the creator. That's a good thing. You know? By the way, prayers for Jordan Peterson. I hope he makes his way to liturgy and gets true healing. You know? And I hope more people come out and challenge Rama Swami on his nonsense. You know what I mean? Well, that's going to be a good section when I download this. It's going to be a good section. The argument against Rama Swami. Very important. You know?
Jordan Peterson cocaine on YouTube is hilarious.
Oh, I think I've seen that. Thank you for that. Another way you guys can support me as we maybe come to a close. Oh gosh, I gotta erase that guy from my memory hole. Or it's the opposite, right? He needs to be memory holed. Is that what it is? That's the guy who created the term melting pot. But guys, what? Come closer. I thought we're in a melting pot, guys. Guys. No. Great way to support me, y'all, is books, okay? Books, if you like memes. If you feel bad that my memes, that people share all of my memes that go viral and I don't get any credit for them, this is the best way to credit me, is to buy one or the package of these three for yourself, for your family, or your friend. Go to madebyjimbob.com, get Volume 5, Illuminormi, Volume 4, Post-Truth Booster, or Volume 3, Cultura ad Absurdum. You can get all three for a deal. Great thing to have for Christmas for yourself or other people. I promise you it's worth it. They're hilarious. If you thought, man, I wish I had a book or a set of books that well documented the insanity of the last 5 years of politics and nonsense, this would be the book, the set of books to do it. So, great way to support me, my family, my channel, while getting something physical in return. Made by Jim Bob at Gmail. Get over there. Get over here. Get over here. Did I debate the VeggieTales? I don't know who the VeggieTale guy is. Who's that? VeggieTales? I feel like I wouldn't get anywhere near a guy named VeggieTales. Yeah, Ming. Tomorrow, I have a debate on Modern Day Debate. I will co-stream it here, of course. You guys can show up and support that. It's 2:20 today at, 5 p.m.? We do Ortho Thugs members only. And these are different. Just anyone in the chat knows. If you're an Ortho Thugs enthusiast and you watch the normal Ortho Thugs, which is hilarious and great and funny and light, the Tuesday night ones, they get wacky.
I have all three. Well worth it.
Thank
God
you,
bless
Hoodly
you
Daddle.
all.
God bless you, Hoodly Daddle. I hope you're doing well, sir. Good to see you. James Flood, $5. JB, tell Chad about your upcoming epic print for Christmas. Yeah, I'm a little bit behind on that, so I'm a little bit afraid. I'm trying to get it together, honestly. I'm laying out the composition of it, but yes, David, James Flood. I've done a epic print before, and what I did is I did a call to action to my audience. If they wanted to be in the print somewhere, Where's Waldo style, they would send me a reference and I would get them in the print. I forget what I charged to get in the print. But it's already October, so you guys will know if that's happening within 2 weeks. If it is, I'll do a very quick, aggressive call to action to get you guys purchased into the thing. Okay. Thank you, James Flood, for reminding me. Anyway, is there anything else? Is there anyone live? I think I've brought you through enough today, honestly. You know what I mean? I think I've had enough of the internet today. As you guys see that chunks of my stream are posted as clips, even if you've seen the clip, do me a favor and click it, like it, share it. It helps a lot with the algo. I would love to have more people find me. I think the 20-minute to 12 to 20-minute takes that I have that are inside of these long streams, I still need help getting them to people. So, and you guys are the mechanism for that. So, little extra work for you, but please go the extra mile for me, because there's people who don't know I exist. I mean, you guys barely get notifications, so it's like swimming upstream. Just consider that. I don't get rewarded. There's no they don't reward me on the algorithm. Zachary Marsh, $5. Any thoughts on AI, morality, future rights of robots? Not really, Zachary. I've debated people on this, and when they define sentience, they would actually have to argue that as long as this cup can adequately perceive sense data and spit out some sort of proposition, that even the cup would have a right. I just deny rights exist altogether. In fact, that's actually a great argument for it, is like rights could only be assigned to humans if humans are assigned a very specific category, a very specific ontology. If the category is merely ability to perceive things, and it's like sentience or whatever, you're going to have to say there's house rights, car rights, robot rights, cup rights, computer rights, microphone rights. So it forces the ontological distinction between human beings. Well, Christianity is the only view, the only worldview that has a coherent, not just a claim, has a coherent, defendable status for human beings. That's unique, not like anything else, peculiar to human beings, peculiar to creation, peculiar to the Christian view. No other view has that. So I welcome the argument for rights. Why not? Let's give this light remote control rights. Why not? Remote control jail, house jail, bear jail, guitar jail. You know, smart guitar. Some guitars have rights, some don't. We got to defend them. A bunch of houses that are really smart and have rights, you can't violate their autonomy because they have rights. In fact, they can vote you out. You can have a house, like a county of houses that are smart houses that have rights, and they vote the people out of the town. And it's an empty houseville. Jail. Nice person. I like that, dude. You think like me. Jail. That's hilarious. That's really funny, dude. Jail. That's like Rick and Morty level. Nice. Zachary Marsh, $5. What makes the Christianity claim unique? It's a holistic claim. It's unique because it can be defended and conveyed at the whole level, the paradigm level. That's unique. It can justify morality. It could justify our ontology, teleology, metaphysics, truth, why humans are valuable, our stewardship of the animals and plants in the world we're in, theosis, what we're going toward, knowledge. It's the only worldview. Orthodox Christianity is the only worldview that can adequately argue for a justification for knowledge and its preconditions. The alternatives at best are just like a bunch of almosts. Maybe they get like one part adequate and the rest aren't. So that's what makes it unique. Good question though. What else? I'm almost at 27,000. That's cool. Almost at 27. That would be fun to have a 30K party. I mean, I'm fine with the slow movement. I've always been on a 35% incline, which is, you can't ask for a better incline. I know the sharp rises, gets you a bunch of stuff, maybe a lot of money, notoriety. That's all well and good, but there's something really nice. Just a nice consistent. I'm just a consistent hill climber. You know what I mean? Toilet rights, yeah. Toilet rights, cow rights. You know what I want to make with Spiro? I want to make a video game where you're a cow and you're in India. And it's like the god-awful worst part of India. And your job is to just kick the people. Like, your job is to kick as many people as you can in a minute. But it's like really well done. It's like super highly detailed and realistic. Like It's overpopulated. There's markets. There's people pooping on the side. You hear all these sounds. It smells somehow. I don't know how you do that in a video game. And you're a cow and you're just wrecking people. You're just wrecking, and you're actually running from a Christian who wants to eat you at the same time. There's a butcher. You know what I mean? You're getting chased by a butcher, but you're also knocking all the Indians out of the way. Huh? Anyone? Anyone want to fund it? Anybody? Okay. Just trying to test I'm just trying to see what is possible. Could you explain to me how I can convey that Ben Shapiro is terrible to my dad? No, Foster Paints. In fact, your dad's probably like almost boomerland. You should enjoy and cherish time with your dad, and you should talk about things that you both enjoy and talk about his childhood and talk about good memories with him and share a beer with him and enjoy food with him and pray for him. And you should not take time with your dad, which is very limited, to talk to him about Ben Shapiro. That's my advice to you. Dirty curry beef is so funny. I mean, now with AI, it's like we're getting to a point where you don't even need programmers. You're like, make me a game about a cow, and you're the cow, and I wanted to make a game called Lion in the City, and you're an actual lion, and you start as like a cub, so you have to make your way through, but as you grow, you fight bigger things, and you're just hunting people. You're just hunting people in Chicago. And there's all sorts of people. There's all sorts of people and obstacles, and maybe there's a surrounding like park area forest. It's like a bonus. You get to eat a deer once in a while. But mostly it's homeless people. And then you roar. It's very realistic. You can scare the crap out of people. And it's online, so people actually try to hunt you as well online. You're the lion. This is an open game. Really detailed city, though. Like, everything's so detailed about it. Super high processing power engines. And you're hiding. You're like, there's like people trying to hunt you. Like teams of people. And it's so real. Like, you can go up the stairs of some crappy crack den and hang out with crackheads. And they're like scared of you. But they're like, there's a lion. Is that a lion? I love it. I just want to, can you imagine how fun it would be to be a lion, like in a video game, and hunt down people in the city? And then there's tunnels, if you know what I mean? Tunnels. Put it on Steam. These video game companies, they don't know what they're doing. They're stuck in this loop. Oh, another zombie game? That's great. That's stupid. Another zombie game. What are you... Unless it's like Look, Grampires is a good video game idea. You're in a wheelchair. You're a vampire. You're still stuck in the wheelchair, but you need to eat. You have to use the wheelchair to chase down people. It's hard. You're old. Don't quit my day job. Hello, are you streaming, hello listener? What are you doing? What is your day off? Because it's your big day. Is it your big day? I just want to play the games I want to think in my head. I don't want to play any of the games. I want to play the games I think of in my head. Just want to play those games. I need to know, you know what? I need to make friends with like video game producers, but they're all liberal progressives, aren't they? They're like, we're going to make the world, we're going to fix the world. That's what we're going to do. We're going to fix the world by making Tomb Raider overweight, obese, and a lesbian. That's what we're going to do. Through gaming. Tony was trying to make video games. I actually tried to learn how to make rudimentary video games. I told you about one I made. I was able to get to the point where I was coding it to move around. Like it was like a top-down game, not a platformer, not a runner. And it was like rudimentary coding. But I was like, what am I doing? You know what it was? I watched a movie. I watched a documentary called Indie, I think it was called. It was about indie gaming. And I'm very vulnerable to this stuff. When I see someone make something on like a documentary, I drop everything and I'm like, I'm going to learn to code a game by myself alone completely. And then Megan's like, would be like, well, the mortgage is due. And I'm like, what? What about the game I'm making that's not ever going to happen? What about my wants to make things that'll never happen? Doesn't that matter to you? I want to watch the shows I think in my head. Yeah, similar, right? Similar. Thank you for that 10. Appreciate that. Total Gravity. You can start your games and they finish them all. Yeah, that makes sense. You're just a starter pack. You're like, here, make this game. That's what I would do if I was rich. Like F you money, people are like, oh, F you money, I'll build a boat and do this stupid thing. I'd be like, games. You couldn't stop me. You could be like, no, you can't stop it. Because if a game company comes along that's super based, if they make the actual engine, what would you call it? Like the console, the thing that runs the game, you wouldn't have any barrier to entry for making insanely awesome games. Any kind of, political view. Unreal Engine is a good game engine. Yeah, I even opened that up. Haze. And I was like, I will make one. I was like, no, I will not. I will not make one. I watch YouTube videos, tons of game maker videos. We're like, oh, let's make a game. I'm like, yeah, you obviously don't have a family. You're a loser. Sorry, game makers. I didn't mean that. Unity, yeah, Unity as well. I tons of videos. I mean, hours and hours of watching Unity videos. Be like, I can do this. I can draw. I know how to draw. I could make the art. That's half the work. Nope. Art is probably, 1/10 of the work, honestly. See, Hello Listener wants to make. He's saying, someone help me. You're all alone. No one's going to help you. They don't want to help you. They don't want to help me. There's all these politics. It's very competitive in games. Like, you can't just be a newbie and win. Like, no, these new guys you hear these ortho thugs type? They made a video game. What is it about? It's about a train ride to Poland. That's weird. That's a weird game. What is it about? What do you do? Blinking sounds? You know what I need to do? Blinking sounds. Someone remind me. I need a Stream Deck asset of blinking sounds. Especially for the debate show that we're going to do. Blink, 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 blink. What is a blinking sound? Blink, 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 blink. Blink, 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 blink. It's a journey. Let's see who's alive. A lot of drama going on. I've been watching a little bit of it. I'm so glad to be out of it, though. But I like watching it. people doing trying to do takedowns of Andrew. He's too mean. They go over to the tomato lady. Oh, what's going on over here? And there's these side groups that are doing it. And it's like, whoa, 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 whoa. I have like 5 windows open. I'm switching back. What do they say? What did that say? What is this? What is it? You know what would be a cool game? I actually had a dream about this game. I didn't dream it was a game. I had a dream. I had an epic. Once in a while, like every 10 years, I'll have like an epic full story dream that's like a movie, like acts 1, 2, 3 kind of thing. But generally speaking, I had this dream once that I somehow made my way into like this weird creative world that it was really beautiful. All sorts of weird flowers and just beautiful. Everything was like super colorful and vibrant, basically. And then as I walked along and I started learning about it, I was warned by someone who was a female character in my dream. And she warned me that I have to be careful. And I was like, this doesn't make sense. This is basically like the most beautiful, vibrant, inviting place ever. I didn't know what she meant. And she said, basically you have to be careful because like, she said this place is like generated basically. And I didn't know what that meant. And so it got to the point where through exploration of this place, I wanted the real world to know about it. I wanted to share it with people because it was so beautiful. I was like, this place is amazing. I got to share it. And they said, no, they warned against sharing it. Like the moment you try to share the world, bad things happen. And I was like, that doesn't make sense. And so I remember in the dream trying to figure out a way out of the world to go share it against their advisory. And what happened in the dream, this is crazy, like visually in the dream, as I was trying to work my way out of it so that I could share it with people because I thought it was awesome, it started getting gray and discolored. So the color was being lost while my intent, like I was moving against the intent of the place. So it started to lose color. So things were getting black. Beautiful flowers grew like teeth and became black. And I don't mean African American. Otherwise, it would have grown lips, not teeth. And things would go after you and stuff, right? And so it became this weird paradox of like trying to escape this place collapsing. And my advisor friend, the chick, this like magical elf chick, was like, well, you have to generate the place. You have to generate it with creativity for it to not to collapse. So I was stuck in this crazy thing where I had to generate the world I was in while trying to get out of it. So I was making it beautiful by generating it, but my intent to get out of it was having it collapse at the same time. It was crazy. And I remember like there was some aspect of the dream that didn't really make sense. The girl gave me a match, like a matchbook, a small one though. It was like a miniature one for some reason. And she said, you could use this when you need it the most. And I don't know what that means. She didn't clarify or whatever. And it got to the point where the ultimate collapse point of the world was approaching. It was like this like imploding kind of thing, darkness, pure darkness. And I remember opening the box, and there was one match, and for some reason that was the thing. Like you lit the match, and you were out of the place. And I remember waking up, actually waking up from this dream, this epic, insane dream. And I remember I immediately looked to my hand because I wanted to see if I was still holding a matchbox with the match in it. And I remember feeling like sad. It had a really big like emotional impact on me for some reason. I don't know what it is. It's like, you know, the feeling of like, not dread, but like chapter change sadness, almost like seasonal depression would be something close to it, where I missed the place. I was sad that it was over. I was happy that I survived, but I was sad that it was over. And I wanted to go back a little bit. Like it was weird. I woke up and I knew I was in actual reality, but my mind was still like, wait, like, I don't know if I made the right choice, basically. It was like that. It was crazy. Anyway, that's what my live stream feels like. But it was cool. I remember writing it down and being like, this could be like a really unique story, a book or an animation, or like, I mean, now that I think of it, a game would be sick. If a game was this beautiful place, but you're simultaneously creating the beauty in it while trying to escape it as it collapses, would be an interesting thing to make visually. Anyway, I'm fine, you guys. I'm actually totally fine. Ask anybody who knows me. Seriously, I'm fine. Gulp. Gulp. Are we doing Orthothugs 9 p.m. Eastern? 9? That's 7. I thought we'd do Orthothugs 5. Whatever you want, dude. It's your show, bro. Look, that's not even Orthothug. I mean, it is, but it's like I'm on your show. So, I mean, you say it, man. If it's 7, that's 7 for me. 9 for you is 7 for me. So, you tell me. You're the producer today. Hello, listener. You're the producer. I don't know. Dude, it's your show. Don't ask me. Don't ask me. I'm not you. I'm a feature of tonight's show. I'm just a fixture. I'm an avatar. I'm a nobody. I'm a nothing. I'm a marionette. I'm a ventriloquist puppet. Roger Rabbit? No, not exactly Roger Rabbit. No. Roger Rabbit was like maintaining this weird dualism of insane realism and cartoon land. It's like, it wasn't arguing for something good. Roger Rabbit's creepy. The whole thing is weird. Patty cake, patty cake. I really shouldn't have seen that as a kid, that part. That's like an example of something that can be pornographic in its nature and not be in its visual. You know what I mean? I watched I don't even know how old I was. I watched Roger Rabbit have an orgasm from patty cake without knowing what it was. I would kill that rabbit right now. What a freak. Everyone in that movie. What a terrible thing. What a terrible thing. I just realized, just now I realized how burned into my brain that is. That part, you guys know what I'm talking about, right? He's like doing patty cake and like there's like someone spying on them, trying to blackmail them, so they photograph him. And all they did is swap sex for patty cake, but they made it as an experience the same. Disgusting. I hate it. And I'm like super sensitive. I'll like overhear something if I see my kids watching something, or even outside if someone's talking a certain way. I'm like must guard. Freaks. Anyway. Well, that just changed some of my childhood memories. I didn't realize till, yeah, I mean, sorry, I guess. I mean, sorry. Anyway. Orthodoxy shines brightest when the world is at its worst. That sounds like a pretty excellent live stream that's happening right now. For those of you who are Orthodox or Orthodox adjacent, I am sending you over to a man named Mark, a channel that goes by Light of Tabor. He's a good guy. But tonight, if you want, and I highly recommend it, follow Orthothugs tonight at 7 p.m. Maybe. You have to be a member. Sign up for the lowest, and it's funny. You get me and Tony get wild. We get because it's members only. We're a little bit more free with what we talk about. So, and it's visually it goes in a lot of funny places though. Patty cake, patty cake, patty cake. Enslaved by Truth of Court. Dude, I almost said it. I almost said it before you said it. Enslaved by Truth. You have a weakness for Jessica Rabbit. Anyway. I think that's it. With that said, God bless you all. Thanks for being here. Apologies for a slow start listening to that chick yap, but I have to do some prep. I'll be streaming that tomorrow. Go over to Orthothugs, get a membership, and maybe hang out in the chat before the show, and maybe people will buy some memberships for you. And see you all there tonight. And the rest of you, see you over at Light of Tabor. Okay? That's it. For me, one more super chat. Please debate the feminazi as Christological in Hindi robe and make her feel more at home. Tempting at this point. But I think that's it for me. See you guys later, and send you over to the weight screen. You guys have been asking a lot about the music and my weight, so I decided to get Tony, who makes the music, to give me a logo. So here's some of his music with his logo. God bless you all. See you later, alligators.